evening. Thank you so much for your patience. We're having some technical difficulties tonight. That's the way of the world these days, isn't it? Welcome. We're happy to have all of you here. We're going to be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Police Chief Bill Carter.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our invocation tonight is going to be from the Wendell Council of Churches. We're going to hear from Father Archie Takei of St. Eugene's Catholic Church. Good evening, Father. Are you with us?
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. So let us put ourselves in the most holy presence of God, invoking His guidance as well as His accompaniment. Heavenly Father, we come to you tonight asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support. As we begin this meeting, help us to engage in meaningful discussions. Allow us to grow closer as a group and nurture the bonds of community. Fill us with your grace, Lord God, as we make decisions that might affect the life, livelihood, and future of our town of Wendell. Lord, could you remind us that all that we do here tonight, all that we accomplish is for the pursuit of truth, for the greater glory of you, and for the service of humanity. All with this we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you for being with us tonight.
You're welcome.
Are there any adjustments to the agenda?
Madam Mayor, motion to approve the agenda.
All right, we have a motion to approve the agenda. Is there any discussion on the motion? All right, all in? Yes.
There's a 3C at my place.
There's a request by staff to add item 3C that's in front of you on your dais tonight. It's a request by Bearded Bee to use the permitted area of East Camp and Row for a movie night. It came within the 30-day time period, and after the agenda did go out, it's, as you can see on there, it's using the public space, but to be able to have alcohol with their extension of premise, the town board has to approve the use of East Camp and Road to accommodate the space for the movie night.
Okay.
Madam-
Commissioner Boyd, can you modify your motion
Yes.
to include the addition of item 3C?
I will. I want to amend my motion to approve the agenda with the addition of item 3C, beer to be alcohol waiver request for November 14, 2021.
All right, so we have a motion to approve with the addition of the bearded bee alcohol request application. Is there any discussion on the motion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. All right, let's move, I did it backwards. We're going to move into our public comment tonight. The public comment process tonight was provided for either in person or in advance of the meeting. The public had the opportunity to submit written comments to the town clerk or were able to submit a request to participate via calling in the conference by emailing their name, address, and phone number to the clerk by this past Friday, November 5th at 5 p.m. You have 3 minutes to speak. Please direct your comments to the entire board, not individuals, and I don't believe there were any call-ins for tonight. First name is Wayne Norris. When you get to the podium, give me your name and address, please.
My name is Wayne Norris. My address is 207 Wyeth Lane, Wendell. Madam Mayor, Commissioners, citizens of Wendell, and the general public, thank you for allowing me to have this moment to give you a short presentation on my observation as well as the Edwards property on Lake Glad Road for the rezoning of that property. Obviously, you'll hear a lot tonight about rezoning and these properties. To me, on this specific piece of property being proposed for rezoning, is not compatible with existing homes in that area. It's not harmonious with any other subdivision that's in that area, and it's in Wendell's best interest not to have these really small developments where the lots are so small. If I can, let me start with the ODU here in Wendell that was developed by many people through thousands of hours of experience. If I can, read just a portion of this purpose and intent, chapter 15.1. It starts out by saying, in order to establish an orderly process to develop land, and it goes on, et cetera, et cetera. The second bullet under that paragraph basically says to ensure that property, or to ensure that development is in a manner generally harmonious with surrounding properties. And so basically, what I feel like, that this proposal for this subdivision is not harmonious. The minimum lots in this proposal, 277, is 50 feet wide and 100 feet long. Now, if I can, let me kind of give you an idea of what that's like, compared with homes here in Wendell, where you would think property in a rural area would be somewhat larger than the density in a city. Take Jason's home, for example. He lives in Deerfield. According to the tax records, his lot is 0.35 acres. The lots that's proposed for this subdivision just is a little over 0.12. So you could have 3 houses on Jason's lot based upon square footage. If you look at the woods of Blair Hills, which is right beside Blair Hills, those lots are approximately a half acre. So you have 4 houses on each one of those lots. In Blair Hills, where I live, there's houses that's got roughly 7 acres on those lots. You could have a small Munchkin town of these lots in that area. So this is something that really is not harmonious with us. Certainly, that property is not the same shapes and so forth. It only has 2 small exits for the 277 families to get out of. Basically, I think the road is 22 feet wide. There's no parking on the streets, but if you look at the lot size, once you get 3 cars in the parking lot, on the parking driveway, there's nowhere else for people to park. So if a family is a family of 4, and with 4 drivers, what are you going to do with a 3rd car? It's going to have to go somewhere. It's impossible for that to work. The houses that's being proposed for that, I think there's only 1 sidewalk that's being proposed, just on one side of the highway. And if you look at a Ford 150, got one second here.
Real quick, there's a lot of people signed
yeah,
up.
if you park a Ford 150, you can't park it behind a Suburban, or it'll be sticking out in the street. So there's a lot of inconsistencies that's been raised on the October 25th meeting about this piece of property, and everything that's been said about inconsistencies is true. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Eddie now. Edie, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I'm Edie Nowell. I have lived at 1016 Lake Glad Road for 39 years. This property, the same that we're talking about on Lake Glad Road, does not meet going with the neighborhood that we have now. It's too dense. If you think about the families that would move in there, whether they have 1 child or they have 5, have you thought about what effect that it will have, first of all, on the traffic, second of all, about your schools? I do not believe that Wendell Elementary or Carver Elementary can accommodate that, and then tell me how, what the response would be from the fire department and the rescue squad to that area with that many housing in addition to the town of Wendell. So I would really like for y'all to reconsider that, plus the fact of the effect on the environment and the wildlife in that area. Yes, I am used to farmland. I've raised on a farm. What I have now is a farm. And I would like y'all to take that into consideration when these houses are built, that they give them more than less than a quarter of an acre. So if you will, please consider that and what is in the area now, and let it be compatible with that.
Thank you. Mary Fish.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mary Fish. I live at 206 White Lane with my husband, Sam. We have lived in Wendell now almost going on 43 years. Our 2 daughters were born and raised here. They attended the local public schools, and this town will always be our home. We came to Wendell for a peaceful, rural community. We could have very easily lived in Raleigh because my husband and I both lived there. Worked there. But we made a conscious decision to live here. We wanted a home that our family could grow in, a large or a nice yard that they could play in, and that is what Wendell and Blair Hills offered to us. Over the last few years, Wendell has made significant improvements. The downtown is thriving with many new and successful businesses, and Wendell Falls is growing daily. Wendell now has become a very lucrative and attraction for developers and home builders. The tension, while good, is not good for all that Wendell has meant to many of us that have called this place home for generations. As council members, you should appreciate this more than most because of the time that you all volunteer to make Wendell a better place to live. As you all are all aware, rezoning properties is a huge decision and can have catastrophic effects on the future of a town. For any town to grow, a comprehensive plan has to be developed. This was done in past years by our own Wendell Council members and committees. It took a great deal of time and effort. This R4 proposed rezoning is nowhere to be found in this Wendell's comprehensive plan. So I'm not even sure why we're here today discussing this. I'm not sure how we got here. R30 district is meant to keep the rural feeling of Wendell. An R4 zone district is high density, as we heard earlier, and completely changes the atmosphere. I do not believe we have any obligations to these developers or engineers, nor should you, just because they are now showing interest in Wendell and have come to us with these types of plans. This is in total disregard to Wendell's comprehensive plan and existing properties. The developers, many of which...
Ma'am, your time's up. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I've got to hold everybody to 3 minutes.
All right. I just want to say the Wendell Unified Development Ordinance, commonly referred to as UDO, this is not harmonious with that. It's not harmonious with the properties. And if you truly care about the citizens and the future of this community and out of respect for your predecessors, you will vote no to this rezoning. Thank you.
No. Carol Jurgen. Look, I need to keep y'all to 3 minutes. There's 23 people signed up to talk. Please don't put me in a position to have to stop. I'm not talking to you, Carol. Stop you mid-sentence. And we need to keep the outbursts under control, okay? All right. go
Thank
ahead.
you. I'm Carol
Yes, ma'am.
Jurgen. My address,
That's one right there. Come on, y'all.
I'm Carol
You're being rude to
Jurgen.
Miss Jurgen.
My address is 113 Combs Court, and I'm addressing the annexation and the rezoning proposed for our area. My address is 113 Combs Court, which is located in the Blair Hills neighborhood and is an adjacent property to the proposed annexation parcels and the proposed Edwards subdivision. I share a 523-foot property line with the Edwards property. The Edwards preliminary plan indicates a high-density development of 277 homes, which presents an abrupt and sharp contrast with adjoining properties and to the Lake Glad Road and Blair Hills communities. Please do not annex or rezone the Edwards property, given what we know at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Wilder.
I'm Dave Wilder. I live at 212 Wythe Lane or Wythe Lane, depending on who you're talking to, how it's pronounced. We're new in the area. Raised here, but 28 years between the Navy and the Marine Corps, been everywhere else. Came home. Immediately after leaving active duty, I went into a career in real estate. So I'm a licensed real estate broker, but I'm retired again. And so one thing I've learned is that the most important factor in determining real estate value for residential real estate is location. A location's desirability factors include surroundings, convenience, traffic congestion, and of course zoning, which determines what can be built nearby. So when we were house hunting to move up here, every individual house that we looked at, we seriously considered what's all around it, what's the surroundings. We bought a nice house with a 2-acre lot over here in Blair Hills, and we love it there. It's zoned R30. I checked into that before we purchased the property. So that means that minimum square footage of a lot is 30,000 square feet. That's roughly 2/3 of an acre. This proposed land that will be right there, right across the property line, a row of high-density units, R4 zoning. These lots are equal to about 1/8 of an acre, 5,000 square feet. That is a huge step when you're, because there's actually no houses in Blair Hills that are R30. They're all bigger than that. So it's the smallest lot is still over an acre, and the largest is 7 point something. The desirability of Blair Hills community and therefore the property values will be dramatically reduced if this proposed rezoning takes place and this development takes place. I urge you to deny the request. The proposed development would also add at least 2,000 individual vehicle movements per day to the Lake Glad Road. Our roads are already traffic jam. If you had seen this afternoon, the intersection of Eagle Rock and Wendell Falls Boulevard is atrocious. We have all this other development that's already approved, going to add all these cars to it. We don't have the infrastructure to handle it.
Mr.
Furthermore,
Wilder, your time's up. I'm sorry. you got
Okay.
one more thought, I'll let you give it
I-
one more thought, because I let some of the others.
I do.
Okay, quickly.
The developer is trying to pressure several different, two different locations on White Lane, for the people to sell some strip of, land so they can tie in the development to White Lane or White Lane, because, having additional access to Lake Glad Road would be a benefit to the neighborhood. It's gonna channel a lot of traffic onto, Colonial and all. So
Thank you.
please reject this proposal.
Laura Wilder?
Good evening. My name is Laura Wilder, and I live on White Lane. Buffalo Creek flows through my backyard. Many times a year, the creek floods the wetlands and the backyard, which is a natural process. I am requesting an independent environmental impact study for this Edwards proposed development with the current projects on Hollybrook Road and the new section of Lake Glad for the townhomes, as well as others that will currently affect Buffalo Creek. I would think the natural wetlands are negatively impacted. You as a board have a huge responsibility to make informed decisions for the present, but also for the future of Wendell. You have one chance to lay the groundwork for our town's future growth that is within harmony and compatibility with existing neighborhoods. There are so many of us that enjoy our small town with big charm. Let us work together, making good decisions for our future growth and development. Thank you.
Thank you. John Thompson?
Hello, everyone. My name is John Thompson. I live at 656 Rock Bank Loop in Wendell, the Blair Hills, Woods of Blair Hills subdivision. I'm concerned about this Edwards property that adjoins to Blair Hills and subsequently next to Woods of Blair Hills. All of that traffic, while the plans show that a 3-lane road is to be built as part of Lake Glad Road, where's that traffic going to go? You're going to push that up Cypress onto Wendell Boulevard? We already know that there's a problem there, and the town of Wendell has not solved that over the years. Currently, Lake Eagle Rock and Wendell Falls is already filled with traffic as it is now. I have sat in front of Pool Road at the Baptist Church there waiting for traffic. I'm also concerned with the plans. It shows that the outlets going to Blair Hills have connections from this Edwards property over to Blair Hills. Are these people going to be affected by eminent domain to take that property to connect it? This high density homes shows that there's a lack of respect for current residents in the Wendell area if you go ahead and proceed with this property. These builders just want to come in, throw in high density homes to make money and walk away and don't care about the impacts on our town. I came here in 2007 because of small town charm. I love it here, and I don't want to see it ruined by some developer trying to make $1 and walking out the door. And if the town go ahead and proceeds with this, it's only for the tax basis, and that's all there is to it. Thank you.
Deborah Garbito, and I may have mispronounced your last name, I apologize.
My name is Deborah Guardiola, and I live at 101 Combs Court in Blair Hills, and I've lived there for almost 40 years. My main concern with the new development is going to back up to my property. You know, we can't stop a development from coming, but it's not compatible with our neighborhood. And right behind me, it's a very swampy, wet area. So I worry about the wetlands. I worry about the wildlife back there. I feel like I've been harassed, but people constantly calling and letters asking me to sell my property. They've even called my younger son at work to ask him to sell my house, which he doesn't own it, it's mine. So I'm also concerned about the small children in the neighborhood. When the increase of traffic comes, our kids can walk across the street to somebody else's house to play. But if we get 4,000 more cars on the road, you know, they're not gonna be able to leave their yard. So that's really my major concern is the traffic. The intersection at Colonial and Old Nowell is very dangerous. We have accidents there all the time. It's a blind curve coming around, and the wetlands. So I would ask that you reconsider the density of the neighborhood and protection for the wetlands back there.
Elizabeth White.
Madam Mayor and Commissioners, good evening. My name is Elizabeth White. I grew up in Wendell. I have very fond memories of this quaint town. I own the farm on the southern border of the Edwards property that is being considered for rezoning for a housing development. My farm is not for sale. My farm is currently used for recreation and is actively used for farming. We love our land. We received our first notification of this development on October 15th, 2021. The plan showed houses, roads, sewage lines, and storm water retention ponds on our private deeded assessment. I received updated plans. I contacted my lawyer on November 1st regarding the 9 homes and a street encroaching on my easement. On November 3rd, I received updated plans from True Homes showing that the 9 homes have been removed from the right-of-way. This was done not as a favor to me, but because they could not legally build on my property, as confirmed by my lawyer. Building on a private deeded easement is like somebody building on your personal driveway. I'm very concerned that it took me hiring a lawyer to get the resolution on this issue. The plan shows 31 houses with backyards bordering our land, reducing the recreational value of our land and creating for us a huge liability. In addition, there is no appropriate privacy buffer to minimize trespassing. We will look like a park to these residents.
Ms. White, your time's up. I'm sorry.
Thank you for
Thank you.
listening.
Brenda Williams.
Well, this may be a surprise. My name is Brenda Williams, and I'm from Green Willow Circle. But let me tell you, my background is public health, and I think we better look at this really serious before y'all vote on something like this, okay? Proposed townhomes coming to Wendell. The Glennon has getting 242. 1032 Wendell Falls Park is getting 22. Stone Harbor is getting 101. Eagles Rise is getting 90. Wendell Falls Towns getting 75. 1320 Wendell Falls Parkway, 201. Richards Farm, 195. Richards Multi Farm, 51. Wendell Full Phase 12. Wendell Falls Phase 12, 92. Wendell Falls Phase 10, 102. Martin Pond Road, 105. Anderson Farm, 106. Magnolia Towns, 124. Mackenzie Meadows, 146. Harper's Glen, 191. Bell Grove, 107. And then the Pulse at Wendell is 75. That's a total of 2,022. I know that was really fast, but I want to get all my stuff in 3 minutes. All right. Now, let's look at the acreage. This is where you're going to come into your public health problems. Because, you know, public health, it consists of EMS, fire department, and safety, all that safety. If you go and pass all this stuff, you've got to make sure you can provide all this, because then you're putting these people at risk. The Glennon, it's going to have 578 8 residentials on 59.5 acres. Wendell Falls, Phase 10, 392 residential on 76 acres. Harmony Acres, 202 on 70 acres. Clayton Love, 220 on 8742. Richardson Farm, 525 on 42 acres. Richardson Multifamily, 365 on 10 acres, y'all. 10 acres. Gosh, do the math on that. Harper's Glen, 456, 88.15 acres. Mackenzie Meadows, 320 on 70 acres. Eagles Rise, 172 homes on 39 acres. 1032 Wendell Falls Parkway, 103 on 34 acres. 1320 on Wendell Falls Parkway, 201, 39.5, and Bell Grove, 205, and on 42 acres. Now, can y'all understand what's happening? You've got an influx of people, but you don't have the resources to serve these people. When you set them up for a fire, when the fire happens, Lord, that whole community is history. It's just, I cannot believe. We moved to Wendell 40-some years ago because we liked it. My son could walk to the park, could walk to the library, could go to the Aubrey's. Everything was just so easy. But now, all of a sudden, I mean, it's going to be awful. We don't want that for Wendell, you guys. Please don't vote for this. Please stop it.
Your time's up. Thank you. Jason Williams.
So we're coming as a group tonight. You got my mom first, now you get me. I live at 201 Wythe Lane. I grew up in Wendell, right behind the Baptist church. I'm 45 years old. If you'd have told me when I was 18 years old there'd be a brewery in Main Street, Wendell, I'd have told you you bumped your damn. We as homeowners of Blair Hills understand that Edwards property is going to be developed. We're just hoping that it's developed in a way that's compatible with our existing neighborhood. That's it. That's all we want. We're not allowed to vote for anybody on this town council based on where we live. We spend our hard-earned money in Wendell. We coach Wendell sports. We attend the churches of Wendell. However, we are not allowed to partake in any of the elections that determine the sport. We as the neighborhood did not come to Wendell. Y'all came to us. If this property is annexed, what happens to us? Are we just an island of county and a sea of city? We do not think it's right or legal for the town to make decisions that will greatly affect us without our approval. You've heard it already tonight. The Wendell's UDO 15.1 purpose and intent to ensure the development is in a manner generally harmonious with surrounding properties, without the endangerment, the health, safety, and general welfare of existing, prospective, or future owners, users surrounding and adjoining properties, and the public. That's in your UDO. That's the town of Wendell. Is this what we call harmonious? This plan. On our side of the property, we have 12 lots. The other side of the property line has 44 lots. One of our neighbors has 7 lots in his backyard. 7 lots. Is putting 7 homes in the backyard of a $500,000 home good for the people that are already there? Once again, we understand the development coming, but this is kind of ridiculous. We want to touch on the environmental impact. Wendell's major watershed is Buffalo Creek. It will be greatly impacted by the amount of sediment that will wash into the creek. This amount of sediment will cause major impacts down the road to people upstream of this. This project will also cause a major impact to the Buffalo Creek wetlands and the tributaries that flow through this property. The plans that are currently available to view show properties and homes in the wetlands and the floodplains that run through this property. The eastern part of this project is being done through a very sensitive wetland, and we have not seen any plans to mitigate this potential disaster. We have not been able to obtain a copy of the environmental survey that, from what we see on your UDO, is supposed to be turned in with the preliminary and master plans. Went to the planning office on Thursday, November 4th, but told there was not one there. Seems like we as the neighboring property owners have a right to know how much the environment will be impacted from this development. We know that the biggest selling point for some people on this board is they're potentially trying to put in a turn lane at Eagle Rock and Wendell Falls. The people that have been impacted by this construction were not even invited to the first meeting. Has this land been secured to build this? Why hasn't the town of Wendell done this before? It's not like this problem just started. One turn lane is not gonna fix the problem. If all the proposed developments and ongoing developments are built, we're talking over 6,900 new residential units coming to Wendell.
Mr. Williams, your time's up, I'm sorry.
Can I get one more?
Make it quick.
All
The
right.
light was already blinking, so,
The light was blinking.
yes, I already let you slide a little bit.
All right. So I just want to share that the only reason that a development like this is being proposed is for one word, and that's greed. The developers are able to make as much money as possible from this development. That's why it's like that. If it wasn't, they'd walk away. They can build lots on a half-acre land and sell it and make plenty of money. But they want to build these tiny lots and make as much money as possible. And we please ask the board to not approve this project.
Thank you. Sherry Hughes.
Good evening. I live on Marshburn Road with my husband and my son. We've been here 10 years. We could have moved to Raleigh, but we wanted more of a rural setting. And although Marshburn is not directly impacted as the other areas, we are impacted with traffic. In the 10 years I've lived on Marshburn Road, we now get 18-wheelers and it's supposed to be 45 miles an hour, but everybody drives 55, 60. And I'm just concerned with how much more traffic it would bring to our area, because I don't feel like the infrastructure is there. I can't even get out of Food Lion parking lot. I can't turn onto Wendell Boulevard off of the end of Marshburn Road. And these people aren't even here yet. So I would ask you to vote no to this proposal. Thank you.
Ralph White.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Ralph White. I live 2006 McRae Road in Wilson. I'm married to Elizabeth White, who owns the farm adjacent to the Edwards, and work on the farm 2 or 3 days a week. We're speaking in opposition today for the proposed annexation. We cannot support the plan, as the R4 density is much too high and not compatible with the neighboring agricultural settings. A neighborhood of this density will completely change the climate of Wendell, and not for the better. Having a residential development next to our farm exposes us to a great deal of liability. The more houses, the more liability we incur. Uninvited neighbors will walk dogs, drive cars on our property. Kids will ride bicycles, four-wheelers, dirt bikes on our farm. Anyone that gets injured could potentially bring legal action through no fault of ours. Therefore, we feel it's important that any successful plan protect our interests and to protect the safety and well-being of the customers and minimize the burden of local law enforcement being called out for trespassers. Minimizing density and providing a solid 8-foot high PVC fence along the entire boundary would help mitigate those concerns to some degree, but all these requests have been ignored. In our view, the development has several shortcomings. Narrow one-way streets with no on-street parking is never advisable. Access by emergency vehicles is limited at best. Any violation of the no parking rule, flooding, natural disasters, and downed trees blocks access entirely. As a practical matter, most families with 2 children have up to 4 vehicles at some point during their lives, and these lots aren't big enough to have garages and driveways that'll hold 4 cars, much less enough space for visitors to park safely. So we strongly encourage eliminating narrow one-way, no parking streets, and this hasn't been addressed either. So we don't believe the changes to Lake Glad Road adequately address the traffic along the entire length of Lake Glad Road, and this proposed development will bring, and we don't believe it adequately addresses the entrance to our easement along Lake Glad Road. So we ask you to vote no for this annexation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Shelby Sherba.
My name is Shelby Sherba. I live at 6617 Privet Road in Wendell. Madam Mayor and Commissioners in town of Wendell. My family relocated recently this year to the town of Wendell from Pennsylvania. We came here with the warm feeling of having two teenage daughters because it felt like home to us. And since coming to the town, we've enjoyed many opportunities the town of Wendell has offered. And each of those have come before me, have each expressed great concerns, and I too have those same concerns. A lot of the stuff that they have not addressed, though, is the crime rate that goes along with the development. In the future, the developers who have built do not have to address the crime rate that will be growing if we allow these to come into our community. I see the crime rate every day as a court counselor, and those are my biggest concerns, and the reason why we chose Wendell versus any other town is because I evaluated crime rates, the community, the safeness for each of our kids, our future, our grandkids, and I would urge you to please strongly look at that and reconsider, because those developers are not the ones addressing our future. We are.
James Lee.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, all of you are present. Most of you know me, and I appreciate what you're doing. I sit where you sit at one time. I come in another manner, reference to zoning and so forth, but this is reference to my daughter's home on 630 Timberlake Drive. We've been dealing with this factor for about a couple years. When it rains, it pours in her yard and puddles up. And there's a drain, several drains that actually coming on down Lakewood Drive, Griffin Drive, and Griffin Drive and Timberlake Drive. And she lives at the corner of Griffin and Timberlake. And there's a storm drain that goes right through her yard. The people have been down there several times, and the last ones come down there said they don't have no information of the documents where they can go in there and fix it. But we pay town taxes, and you know when you don't pay your taxes, you're going to garnish your monies. So I need that pipe to be fixed, or someone come in and do something about it. We've been doing it. We've been talking about it for a while. I think that growth is fine. I like growth, right growth. I served as pastor for 36 years and retired, and I tried to do the right thing all my life. My parents taught me to try to do that, treat people right. And this piece of property that the town run this drainage down, connecting all of these lines down through that piece of property, and they said they don't have no right-of-way to fix it. Something got to be wrong. And we're going to bring all these other homes in here, and they're going to have problems likewise. I think we need to fix the problem now before we get the homes in there. I can look at Wendell. I was born in Wendell. Played with most of them growing, John Toppler and the rest of them. I'm 86 years of age, and I've seen a lot going on here in Wendell. I love the town. If I didn't love it, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't stay here long. But we need to do something about that. My wife complains about she had to go to Zebulon or Nightdale to buy stockings. I had to run way to Cary or go to Wilson or someplace to get a decent meal. So we need to think about these things also, rather than having concern about, and homes are important. I serve on a board that we talk about affordable homes. They're important, but we need to talk about other things also. Number one to me now is trying to get that drain fixed
Okay,
at my place. Thank you much.
I wrote it down. Michael Parker.
Hi, my name is Michael Parker. I live at 100 Colonial Drive. I didn't prepare anything, it's just talking off the cuff here. Nothing I have to say hasn't been said already. Me and my wife, we moved here 8 years ago, so we're relatively new to the neighborhood. But this new growth is going to happen, we get it, but it needs to be controlled. Wendell Falls hasn't even finished being built. The full impact of that hasn't been felt yet. Why do we need to jump the gun and create a new neighborhood with new set of problems? As far as traffic on Lake Glad and Eagle Rock Road, it's already at capacity, with residents coming from Johnson County to commute through our area. Adding to that is not going to solve any problems, it's going to create more. So I ask that you oppose this annexation.
The next one, I can't read the first name, last name Young, starts with an M. Maybe it's Melvin. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Melvin Young. I live in Blair Hills, and I oppose this as everybody else does. Too high of density, then bringing the road back into Life Lane will destroy our neighborhood. Traffic. We can't handle what we got now. So I oppose this with this high density. Thank you.
Aaron Krupka. Is there an Aaron Krupka here? Krupka, it looks like. All right, Dan Edwards.
My name is Dan Edwards, and I live at 155 Lutom Lane. As I said 2 weeks ago at the public hearing, I'm not related to the Edwards selling the property. I am related to Elizabeth Todd White, who owns adjacent property to it. At the meeting 2 weeks ago, when the board decided to table this issue to vote on it, one of the reasons to table it was to review the planning board minutes and possibly the video from it before making a decision. I'd point out to you that the same information that the planning board received, which was inaccurate and incomplete from the developer and the engineering firm, are the same information you had that night that you chose to table. One other thing, I went back and I looked at the minutes in your packet tonight, and I also looked at the video. And there's a statement that I think is very important that was not part of the minutes that you received. I realize they're not verbatim when you get them, but the video is verbatim. So I'm going to quote you a statement that was made. This statement was made by Robbie Bell, who identified himself as the engineer of record with Bass, Nixon, Kennedy for the Edwards project. Mr. Bell said, quote, "Several years ago, one of the members of True Homes met with Miss White's son and talked to him. I don't know what was said, but that person is no longer with True Homes, so I don't know what more I can say." That statement represents the total engagement and interaction between the adjacent property owners and the developer and the engineering firm. I'll let you as a council draw your conclusion for what the results should be. This project is a non-contiguous ETJ annexation and rezoning. There's nothing in the area that is anywhere compatible with it. Many people have talked about that. One of the issues that's been brought up is traffic. And it seems strange to me that if you look at the plans, an intersection that's 2 miles from this project, which is no one lives near it, has anything to do with the project, could be the subject of condemnation to acquire their property because of this project. It seems very unfair to me to those people. Thank you for your time.
April, and I cannot read the last name, I'm sorry. I know y'all are all writing in a hurry. It starts with an M, April. Someone named April that wanted to speak. All right, Stuart Ginsburg. Christina Ginsburg. All right, Regina Harmon.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Regina Harmon, 6616 Tails Branch Road. I'm going to save most of my comments for the public hearing tonight when we bring up each one of these issues. Go ahead.
The public hearing on this issue, this has already been held, so the public won't have an opportunity to speak at that time. So this is
On
your
all
chance.
three of them?
The others, yes, but
Okay.
not on this.
Okay.
On the
So,
Edwards
well,
property.
anyway, speaking of some of the other ones, but there was a lot of people outside that left because I think you were having problems with the video machine. And I think the ones that you mentioned right before me, they were out there wanting to speak, but of course they left because they couldn't get in their standing room only out there in the hallway. So, but anyway, I know that there's several issues coming up tonight, and I'll just wait to speak about those issues when the public hearing starts for those that are coming up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Remember, we added item 3C.
Motion to approve the consent agenda
All right,
with the addition of 3C.
All in favor?
Aye.
And we have no recognitions and reports and presentations tonight. We'll move into our public hearings. The public comment process has been provided in advance of the meeting tonight. The public had the opportunity to submit written comments to the town clerk, to attend in person, or were able to submit a request to participate via calling in the conference by emailing their information to the clerk by this past Friday. That's always the way you can speak if you choose not to be present. At 5 p.m., in a public hearing, you have 5 minutes to speak. So the first one that we have tonight is a public hearing for a non-contiguous annexation of 4 parcels totaling approximately 77.419 acres, 2.834 acres for PIN number 17744577283, 23.065 acres for PIN number 17745445526, 17.89 acres for PIN number 17747318848, and 33.691 acres for PIN number 17747333501, located at 831 Eagle Rock Road, 313 Old Battle Bridge Road, 0 Old Battle Bridge Road, and 0 Eagle Rock Road. Mr. Coates.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for reading those pins, by the way. I appreciate it. The first item before you tonight for public hearing is a non-contiguous annexation of 4 parcels. We're asking that you hold the public hearing for the requested annexation and consider a motion to adopt the ordinance. Item summary, the Bunn Family Trust, Ashley Anderson and Melissa Anderson, have submitted annexation requests for 4 parcels totaling roughly 77.4 acres, located at those addresses Eagle Rock and Old Battle Bridge Road. There is no development plan with this annexation and rezoning. It's a regular rezoning, so there's not a development plan with it at this time. Parcels here you can see on the map highlighted in yellow. 2 of the parcels are already in our ETJ. They're in between the Anderson Farm subdivision and the rail tracks. The other 2 parcels, the one is 100% in Wake County's jurisdiction, so before any zoning can be applied by the town of Wendell, annexation has to occur for us to have jurisdiction. The other parcel, a small portion of it across Old Battle Bridge, is already in our ETJ, but the majority is in Wake County jurisdiction. The parcels are in our urban service area. They're eligible for annexation. Currently, utilities are within 1,000 feet of those parcels, and there's additional development with utilities under construction currently. The applicant, the next public hearing, the applicant has applied to rezone 2 of the parcels to residential 4, which are the ones here in our current ETJ, in between an R4 zoning and R3, and then the other 2 parcels the applicant has requested be zoned to neighborhood center. Impact to town services, the proposed annexation would require services from the town's police, public works, parks and rec departments, if annexed and developed. Secondary service impacts will be incurred by other town departments that support operational. Property is already in our local fire district. Water and sewer is readily available to the property and provided by our Wendell Service Area Agreement through the City of Raleigh. Specific impacts are dependent on the use. At this time, there is no development plan for the parcels. And the applicant is here, who can come up next.
Okay, let's open the public hearing. Are there any questions from the board? All right, we'll hear from the applicant.
My name is Richard Hibbets. I live at 4227 Galax Drive in Raleigh. I have been helping the Andersons with their land since 2002 when Garland died. Our situation is sort of the reverse of what you've been hearing tonight. We don't conform and are not harmonious with our neighborhood properties because they're all developed and we aren't. To our west is a proposed for a future 4-lane thoroughfare. To our east is R4 and townhouses, the Adams Farm subdivision, which has been approved and is under construction. To the north are townhouse, just beyond us are townhouses. To the south is a recently rezoned R3, which has been put under contract and has been in contact with us. This request has sort of been triggered by that. We think we can work with our neighbors to help some of the traffic issues in that area. We have no plan developed. We can't develop one without knowing what our zoning is. So we're thinking ahead to try to plan for this future. There is, as Brian said, there's water in the roads on site. There is sewer across our property. We have ample access on major roads. So what we're asking for is the zoning that conforms to your master plan, your land use plan, which is neighborhood commercial and R4. We would appreciate your help in dealing with this now, so we can work with our neighbors in the future to try to, our goal would be to eliminate 2 roads and 3 intersections at the crossing of the highway, Eagle Rock Road and the railroad. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
All right. Any questions from the board? The applicant? All right, are there any citizens that wish to comment? All right, no questions from the board still? All right, we'll close the public hearing.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
have a motion when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Make a motion to approve the requested annexation and adopt the attached ordinance.
All right, we have a motion to approve the requested annexation and adopt the attached ordinance. Is there any discussion on the motion? All right, all in favor? Anyone opposed? All right. Item 5B is a public hearing to rezone 4 parcels totaling approximately 77.419 acres from Wake County Residential 30 and Town of Wendell Rural Residential to Town of Wendell Residential 4 and Neighborhood Center. Mr. Coates, still.
Good evening, Mayor and board members. These are the same 4 parcels that you just heard for annexation. Our request is that you hold the public hearing for the proposed rezoning request and consider a motion to adopt the attached resolution. The applicant is requesting to rezone 2 parcels that are currently in the Town of Wendell Rural Residential Zoning District to Residential 4. The parcels currently in Wake County Residential 30 Zoning District, the applicant has requested those be rezoned to Town of Wendell Neighborhood Center. This type of rezoning allows for all permitted uses within the R4 and Neighborhood Center zoning districts. There is no development plan like some of the others that you'll see tonight. Locations off Eagle Rock near the intersection of Old Battle Bridge Road. The 4 parcels are listed, various jurisdiction. The applicant, as you're aware, just petitioned for annexation. Neighboring zoning districts, R30, which is a Wake County, R4 and R4 conditional district are Town of Wendell. Those are single-family homes to the north and east. R3 and rural residential are to the south of the property. To the east is R4 conditional and RA, and to the west is R30 rural residential as well. So it's a mix of jurisdiction in that area between Town of Wendell and Wake County, and also a variety of zoning classifications. Here is a map of that area. Their proposed parcels highlighted in green are the residential 4, which abut R3 and R4 zoning along this corridor. The 2 neighborhood center parcels are here in blue. And I'll go over each of those in just a moment of what that potential. So you can see the Peyton Place subdivision and Anderson Farm are here. Wake Tech is up near the interstate, is north of this. SPC Mechanical is at the intersection of Wendell Boulevard and Old Battle Bridge. Residential zoning districts like R4 are coded for the town's existing predominantly residential neighborhoods, as well as to provide for new primarily residential development in accordance with this pattern. These districts are differentiated by density of overall development relative to the planning goals of the town. This request of R4 has a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet. Because there is no development plan, we don't know what those lot sizes could be larger than that. That's just the minimum. Required dimensions, 50-foot wide, lot depth 100, and then there's the setbacks. The neighborhood center zoning district is coded to provide for areas for residential and mixed use in close proximity to existing and planned neighborhood centers. The intent is to create higher density residential areas that complement commercial districts with physical proximity and pedestrian connectivity. So they've requested those 2 parcels right along Eagle Rock at the intersection of Old Battle Bridge to be neighborhood center. At this time, there is no development plan, but it could contain a mixed use of some commercial activity, could also include townhomes, multifamily. If it is townhomes or multifamily, it does have to come back to you for a special use permit moving forward, so you would see that design at that time. Commercial activity, it's for neighborhood serving retail, could be daycare, could be a bank, could be small retail. If retail is over 10,000 square feet, it needs to come back to you for a special use permit as well. So neighborhood center is really intended to have some neighborhood serving retail, and at that location, with the residential growth to the east and north, it could really have some walkable benefits to residents. Zoning districts also, just to clearly note, neighborhood center, if there are commercial buildings involved, those would need to meet our design standards. So there's design standards on what those buildings could look like. Any future development would need to meet minimum requirements for lot size and dimensions. Also, all the development plans would need to be reviewed and approved by the Town of Wendell Technical Review Committee. And as I mentioned earlier, if development plans for the neighborhood center come back with townhomes or multifamily, they do need to obtain a special use permit by this board. Public utilities, as we mentioned, are within 1,000 feet, and connection is required. Environmental, Buffalo Creek, there's floodway and floodplain that run along the eastern side of those parcels. There are no floodplains on the parcels that are to be rezoned neighborhood center. The developer or developers of these parcels would need to obtain stormwater and sedimentation erosion control permits from Wake County Environmental Services before any site work could commence. The proposed development plans will need to meet the requirements of the UDO. Wake County provides stormwater, sedimentation, erosion control services for the town of Wendell. It's also key to note that any future development that comes in along Buffalo Creek, we would require a 20-foot greenway easement along that Buffalo Creek corridor. Traffic impact analysis. Town of Wendell UDO requires a traffic impact analysis, or commonly referred to as a TIA, for any development that has more than 100 peak hour trips per day. Planning director can also authorize a TIA for developments that have between 75 and 100 peak hour trips per day as well. It's most likely whatever occurs on those 77 acres would most likely trigger a TIA. Basic road improvements that we would require even without a TIA is Eagle Rock Road in the future is a 4-lane divided road, 110-foot right-of-way, with 2 lanes of traffic in each direction, bike lanes, sidewalks, and a tree line median. The property has roughly 1,900 feet of road frontage along Eagle Rock Road that would need to be, parts would need to be constructed and the right-of-way would be dedicated. It's also, future internal local streets would need to be built to town standards. Our local streets are 52-foot right-of-way with 27 feet of back-to-back from the curb to curb. And so all those streets would need to meet our current standards. I have some images of the developments that are proposed to the north and east of the parcels. There are stubs that will be constructed to these properties. Just for connectivity purposes, and to take into account when other developments occur, there would be buffers that could be required between a more intense use in the single-family neighborhoods as well. Comprehensive plan classifies this area as S4 controlled growth. Controlled growth are typically close to thoroughfares, which this one is along Eagle Rock and not far from Wendell Boulevard, at key crossroads locations. And this is a zone where the majority of our community's new growth should occur. Typically in S4, it's a mix of single-family neighborhoods that decrease in density as you get further away from the commercial node, which in this area is the Wake Tech, Wendell Boulevard, as it goes down towards Eagle Rock and Buffalo Creek. Comp plan also classifies the intersection of Eagle Rock, Martin Pond as a neighborhood center. Neighborhood center is based on a quarter-mile radius from a major intersection. They're intended to have mixed-use activity centers with retail services, civic, and some higher density housing. A neighborhood center should not contain more than 80 to 120,000 square feet of retail. Typically, you could have a grocery-anchored mixed-use center, or you could have other commercial uses in that area. Planning Board, at their October 18th, 2021 meeting, Planning Board voted 8-0 on the motion to approve the requested rezoning. It's to provide a range of housing opportunities. TRC will need, any plans submitted will have to go through TRC. Staff comments, the proposed neighborhood center and R4 zoning districts are consistent with the surrounding zoning districts and provide a transition to the single-family residences from the mixed-use area found along Wendell Boulevard and Rollsville Road. Staff recommends approval of the requested rezoning application. The applicant is here as well.
Okay. Let's open the public hearing. Are there any questions from the board for at this time? All right, we'll hear from the applicant.
I am still Richard Hibbets from Raleigh, and I got sort of backwards about what I spoke the last time. So rather than take your time for me to repeat that, if I could, just save my time for any questions that come up during the rest of the public hearing, if that's okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Okay. I don't guess so right now. Thank you so much. Are there any citizens that would like to comment on this project? Can you come up to the podium?
I might, because I would love for those maps to be enlarged, but,
Can you give us your name and address
Brenda
again for
Williams,
this record?
Greenwillow Circle.
Thank you.
But this area right here is, because I saw it said Wendell Boulevard and Roseville Road, and we know Wake Tech is coming in right there.
Right. Kate, we don't need everybody in the room to answer the questions. I'll have the planning staff answer your question.
All right, so is that where we're talking about this location?
It's close by. We can get that map back up for you if that's what you'd like to see. But did you have anything else you wanted to add about this?
And so he was saying something about like a traffic study that would have to be done?
You can ask, where is Brian? He can answer some questions if you have a question about the traffic study.
Didn't you say that they would have to do a traffic study about that area? But you can't do a traffic study area till you get the Wake Tech in place, can you?
So it's most likely whatever happens on these 77 acres from a residential or mixed-use standpoint that it would trigger a traffic impact analysis. And to do a TIA, we do not have to wait for Wake Tech. Their traffic has already been done in a TIA analysis, and so any future developments are using proposed or existing TIAs as part of their review and traffic counts as well.
So if a traffic study is done, if the time comes that a traffic study is triggered for this project, it will take into account the Wake Tech information and the traffic increase are anticipated because of Wake Tech being close by.
Yep.
That's what
Yep.
you're saying, okay.
Correct.
Okay. Are there any other citizens that would like to, yes ma'am, come to the podium and, give me your name and address?
Yes, ma'am. Diane Buffetti. I'm at 825 White's Lane. Okay.
Did you get it? I got it.
Just go ahead.
Okay.
I don't know what that is.
All right. So, I have a question that may not be at the right time, but is the bridge on Old Battle Bridge Road getting repaired to open it up to Wendell Boulevard? Because you got this big old neighborhood, and where are all those people gonna go? They're gonna go to Eagle Rock Road and not to Wendell Boulevard. The other question is, all these could, would, maybe, if a development were to come to these parcels, when does the road get widened? When does that get done? Before the neighborhood is approved or after?
So the transportation requirements that are either from the town's UDO or a TIA have to be completed before the residential or buildings can be occupied. So perfect example, SPC Mechanical, they had to widen their portion of Wendell Boulevard, and it had to be done before their building is occupied. So that's our typical.
Before they receive a certificate of occupancy?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. And in this instance, well, never mind. Is there anyone else?
Front.
Yeah, let Mark talk about I apologize. Don't, no shouting, please, from the room. Okay.
The Old Battle Bridge replacement is a North Carolina Department of Transportation project. It was delayed due to funding constraints during COVID for DOT. My understanding is it's back on track and should be replaced in the next year or two. They're finishing up right-of-way acquisition. It's the state. You're welcome to call DOT and ask them when they're getting that done.
Yeah.
But the town has been pressuring them for that for a number of years.
We have been pressuring them, and I understand that the engineering has been done on that as well. Are there any other comments on this project from citizens? Can you, give me your name and address, please?
Becky Olson, 105 Angleview, and I also rent a cattle farm over on that side. It's really hard to find land to rent for cattle in Wendell. I'm not sure if the gentleman told you or not, but he's a realtor for commercial, and he specializes in 900,000 square foot properties. And why do we have to go to a R4 right away? Can't you go to an R30? Why does it have to bump up right away to R4? And I think you should have told you that he's a realtor. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Sorry.
No,
Sure.
go ahead.
John Thompson, 656 Rock Bank Loop in Wendell. Also, it goes back to just a traffic issue. It seems like the town of Wendell is only considering these properties for growth tax base without any consideration on the impact of the traffic and the existing citizens in this town.
Is there any way we could put up?
Can you give us,
I'm sorry.
you know
who
for
I
the record.
am. Sorry, guys. Regina Harmon, 6616 Tails Branch Road. Is there any way that we could have the town planning map up there so we can see where all this stuff is at? It would be very helpful to us in conjunction to what's going on, the traffic pattern, and all of that as far as like where Battle Bridge is at. I mean, a lot of us know where it's at, but it'd be really nice to have that map up there that's on your town website so we can see it. I know that I have mentioned this to certain people, and it would be helpful that when you're talking about these particular projects, you put up a certain map, but you don't put up the planning board map, so we can see the overall picture of what's going on in Wendell. Because, you know, one of the things that I have a concern about is, you know, I rode around to a bunch of these spots over the weekend, and according to your town site, you've got it marked in blue that's supposedly done, ready to go, we're building. We already know the traffic that we have in this town and the infrastructure, what's happening to the, you know, police department, fire, all of it. We get that, because all these people have showed up in concern over that tonight. But when you look at that map, and you ride around to all this property that's already in blue, and we already know the traffic issues that we're having on Wendell Falls coming in past Eagle Rock Road, Wendell Boulevard, all of that. I know you guys are doing the best you can to like address these situations. I do know that. I've talked to some of y'all about it. But when you look at everything that's in blue that's proposed, already passed, raring to go, and you ride around, and most of it hasn't even started. Some of it's only got a little bit on it. Now that's in addition to the traffic we have now. And these traffic studies confuse me, because how can you do a traffic study on these projects when these projects aren't even done, and you don't even know how many people are going to live there? And why can't we just put a pause, and I do mean a pause, on anything coming up for, I don't know, a year? And wait until all this stuff that is on your books, and there's a lot of stuff that's on your books, if I'm not mistaken, that should be blue, and it's still yellow. Now, maybe there's some rules with that, you know, it's got to go before TRC, things like that, before it can turn blue. But I know, for instance, something that's coming up next to talk about, you know, there's a lot of stuff already being done over there, apartments, townhomes, commercial, and I would assume all that's passed if they're actually out there working, but it's still yellow on your map. So it's not, we're not getting the whole picture of what's coming, how it's coming. And I want to make something very clear, because there's several of you on the board that thinks that I don't want growth. I absolutely want growth. I want commercial. I want to see some stuff, okay? I wouldn't mind having somewhere to go shop and get a shirt, you know, that kind of stuff. But let's do it correctly, and let's make sure that the traffic is kind of taken care of when you're placing this stuff, and we don't get nothing but townhomes and apartments. Because right now, if you go and look at your map, that's all that's proposed. And, you know, several people that spoke at the very, very beginning, they made I mean, it was really good. Thank you guys for doing that, by the way. I mean, that's all we're getting. I know Wendell is like the happiest place, you know, because we're on the map right now, but just because we're on the map doesn't mean the five of you have to say yes to everything. You could literally just say, well, wait a second. You know, we like this commercial part of it, so let's get that grocery store and let's get that, and let's hold off on the townhomes or whatever till we see what's, you know, happening. I mean, guys, I mean, you live here too. And, you know, and I would like for more traffic studies done, more environmental. That lady made a great observation about, you know, Blair.
Time's up.
What do you mean? I thought in a public hearing you got to speak as long as you wanted, Miss Mayor. Come on now. Come on. I even called you over that one.
I said 5 minutes. No.
Oh, they don't want me to talk, but that's okay.
It's not that, but we don't, our procedure
We
does
know
not
you love me
forbid
anyway.
you're yielding your time to someone else. But you can speak if you'd like. You can be the next person.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Boylston. I live at 102 Combs Court in Wendell, Blair Hills. I moved from Zebulon to Wendell 26 years ago to bring my family to Wendell. because I'm originally from Raleigh, and I don't want to live there anymore because it's way too busy. Way too many little townhomes and starter homes all tucked together. So that's why I moved my family here. I have a special needs son who's 32 years old. The town has embraced him. They embrace special needs children. We embrace everybody. I feel safe living in this community with my son, but to put 277 homes backed up to our neighborhood is not going to be safe for him. My oldest son moved away because there was not any shopping here, no future for him in the type of work he does out in eastern Wake County. My youngest son, Sam Boylston, recently married, going to start a family. When I asked, do you have a realtor? He said, yes. I said, are you looking at Wendell? He said, I wish, Mom. I can't move back there. There are only townhomes and little starter homes. There's nothing for me to move into. So he lives in Wake Forest. Now, isn't that sad that a young man wanted to bring his new wife and start his home in Wendell, where he grew up, and he can't do it? He says, I hope to one day. So one day, Town Council, make that possibility a reality for my son, because he's not looking to move on a 50 by 100 square foot lot, 7 of them backed up to one of my neighbors. He's done well enough that he's looking for a moderate-sized home on a nice-sized lot to bring up in the community where the schools that we have are fantastic. And let's continue that. But we need the next step up. We need the next step up in this town. I was a realtor here for 10.5 years. I decided to stop and go back to nursing. Yeah, there was a downswing in the market. I had a new family, combined family. That was what was best for my family. But if I was in real estate right now, I'd be doing the same thing I was 14 years ago, and that is trying to convince you guys we need to step up. We don't need these little lots with townhomes and starter homes. We got plenty for people to move into, but some who move here now want to move into something a little more, or the children that we raise here want to come back and live here. I'd love to serve on any kind of committees or boards you got. Keep my name. I did it in the past. I was on the Board of Variances. But please hear what I said. Let's talk about safety and our children continuing to live here and raise their families here. Thank you.
Anyone else? Whoever, just come on up here one at a time. Give me your name and address, please.
My name's Mickey Phillips. I live at 4 Forest Lane in Wendell. I've been here most of my adult life. I grew up in Zebulon, but I moved to Wendell because I like it a lot better, and I married a girl from here, and I have enjoyed every minute of it. But I want to tell you something. There comes a time when you've got to stop and think about what we're doing to this town. You keep talking about putting these homes and developments in here, but I haven't heard anything about infrastructure, about highways or streets to get in and out of Wendell. It's going to get to a point where I don't think you'll be able to get out of your yard. It'll take a week to get to the grocery store, the one grocery store that we got. Nobody said anything about the school up here. I can't even get out in the morning if I want to go somewhere to get on Wendell Boulevard if school's in session. And you're talking about all these other developments coming in all over town, and there's no way to get in and out. And all we are doing is just putting more and more of these little houses in, and the business is going to all the shopping centers in Zebulon and Knightdale and Raleigh. We're not getting anything out of it. The builders are coming in, throwing up these houses and getting the hell out of Dodge. And they're making their money and not worrying about anything else. It's time that we stop what we're doing to the building and try to build Wendell a little bit.
Next, someone else?
I'm Pat Rockwell. I'm the one with the 7 houses behind his house, but I live at 107 Combs Court. I moved to North Carolina about 20 years ago. Sorry, I get a little emotional right on this. This hits really close to home. Not because of the 7 houses. I came from Annapolis, Baltimore, or DC area. You all have no idea what you're doing if you can't see what these people have been talking about tonight. You are going to destroy this town. I have watched the home that I grew up in turn into a place I couldn't live, just like her son. So I moved to an island, 8 miles long, 2 miles wide. What could possibly go wrong? You can't drink the water on the island no more. We have natural resources around here. We have animals. We have beautiful places. And we're clear cutting. I just drove into work this morning, just can't believe we are clear cutting. There's no environmental mindset in any of these builders' minds. They want in and they want out and they want the money. I also agree with all these people coming in here talking about where I work in Raleigh. My daughter goes to school in Raleigh. My wife works in Raleigh. We have all the opportunity in the world to shop where we want to. We want to shop here. We make trips downtown. We want to be here. We moved from downtown Smithfield because it was getting a little too just congested 10 years ago. We love our little parcel of land. I won't have it anymore. I mean, not if the plan goes through. It's going to be 20-foot buffer. That's between you and me to these little lot houses. I got 7 of them. I got a 14-year-old daughter. I worry every day thinking about what could happen. Her special needs son is my best little buddy. You have no idea. I've seen it happen, guys. I've been in these meetings, not here, in a place I used to call home. Look, I'm not looking to live in Mayberry. I would love to live in Mayberry with some paved roads and some LED lights. I tell my guys that I work with every day, that's what I love about the business I'm in. They laugh the same way y'all do, but I'm serious. You lose this good old town charm. Be prepared to move, because I can tell you right now, I can never go back to where I came from. Be mindful, please.
Next.
Mary Fish, 206 White Lane. I have one question. Why is it that with this proposal, the one before, that we keep going back, if there is, quote, no development plan, why do we keep talking about R4? Why is it keep going back to that? And for all the reasons that everyone has stated tonight, it is so inappropriate, it's not strategic, and we need to develop a plan where we're moving, as you all stated earlier, and developing us appropriately. So can someone here explain to me why we keep going with the lowest level of R4? Why is that, if there's no, quote, development plan? Can anyone tell me? Thank you.
I could make a comment.
Whoever gets there first.
Real short, I haven't met the lady here, one of my neighbors.
Can you give me your name?
Oh,
and address
Dave
again,
Wilder, 212 Wythe Lane. I haven't met her before, but I tell you what would be really cool and good for Wendell is if that tract of land that they're wanting to put all these little bitty housing units on, that's currently zoned R30, if that was developed as R30, put in houses in there on 2/3 of an acre, they could have a great development right there, and nobody would object to that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Robin Saxenheimer. I live in Cardinal Preserve, which is right behind the high school. That subdivision was built with 54 houses. Everybody in that subdivision was bought and sold within 2 years. And we just had several houses up on the market because people moved for other reasons, for closer to grandchildren and their children, moved out. And those houses went and had at least 20 to 30 offers, cash only. I mean, it was incredible how these houses just returned over, and they just only lived in the house for 2 years. So you can't tell me that you can't take this, make these builders and developers, make these lots a little bit bigger. We live on a half of an acre ourselves. And I know for a fact if I put my house up right now, I would have the same offers as well. And so these builders are making a killing off of putting small little boxes there when they can make the same amount of money on putting the bigger ones. Now, we've had issues with Fred Smith not fixing the wetland areas. We've had problems where they didn't put the post office boxes where they're not handicapped. They're not fulfilling these things. I'm telling you right now, these developers are not. We've been fighting with them. We have our mailbox at the bottom of a hill with no access for anybody to park in front of it in a circle, with no handicapped accessibility. So they aren't paying attention to what's really needed by the people that live in the subdivisions. Now, we have a mix of, we have retirees in there, we have middle-aged, and we have young folks in there. And I'm telling you, they can build those houses on a little bit more property and make those houses good for future generations. We don't need to have small little bitty boxes, things like that. I moved from St. Louis and watched our area where we came from had built 9 schools. 9 schools during the 20 or 13 years we lived there. You guys haven't even been doing that. You instead make these, I've substituted in some of these schools, and they're putting, they can't even build them fast enough, and they're putting them in trailers. Kids in trailers, my goodness, make sure that the buildings are big enough, the facilities are big enough for sports and all the other activities that are required to make our children have very good education. But if you keep building all these houses and apartments and what have you, you're not going to have that. And that's a sad, sad thing, I think. And I've only been here 2 years, and I'm watching that same growth that I came from in St. Louis. But at least they put the lots bigger for families to be able to enjoy their homes, which is what and you want the value of those homes to continue to grow, not just have some cookie cutter box little house. That's my opinion.
Good evening. My name is Arthur Marsh. I live at 230 Blair Hills Road in the subdivision called the Woods of Blair Hills. I want to talk about True Homes for just 1 minute. When we were, my lady and I, when we moved there, we were approximately house number 9. The only house that Howley built in the Woods of Blair Hills area. They turned it over to True Homes. The very first house that True Homes built was in violation of the covenants. It was required to have a crawl space. True Homes, in their wisdom, decided to call it a stem slab. We, the 8 or 9 owners at that time, decided to hold True Homes to task. We will allow you this one, but you will not build another one. We had to bring a lawyer in to convince True Homes to comply with the rules. So as you are considering the developers, determine the quality and the character of the developers. Thank you.
We need to really be limiting our comments to this public hearing and this issue. Y'all are kind of creeping into other things and then bringing it back in. And I appreciate your passion for that and wanting to get in what you want to say. And I'm a big believer in letting everybody say what they want and let everyone be heard and enjoy their freedom of speech. But we need to keep our comments limited to this public hearing and the contents of this rezoning and this public hearing. So, is there anyone else who would like to speak? If not, I have a question for the applicant. Lord have mercy. You need to stay on topic.
I'll stay on topic this time.
On this,
Madam
this
Mayor,
hearing.
Commissioners, town officials, Regina Harmon, 6616 Tails Branch Road. can we please get that map up there so we can all see what we're talking about? Is there any way that that can be done?
I was going to say earlier, I don't know that we have the capability of putting that map up here right now.
Do you have
I'm not
internet?
sure.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Internet access to where we
We haven't, we're not prepared to do that tonight. We haven't. Look, we're technologically hanging by a thread, as you can see.
Well,
So,
okay, I just, my phone just.
But I do understand what you're saying
Right, it
about
would be.
approving things and
It would
doing
be
it in a vacuum and not
right, it would be
considering what's
extremely
around you.
helpful for everybody to see where what is. So, thank you. See how I kept it on?
All right, well, I appreciate it, thank you. Anyway, yes, ma'am.
Hey, I'm Danielle Batson, and I live at 19 East Maggie Court in Wendell. I've lived in Wendell for about 10 years, and it's a beautiful town. I love it. I love the growth. I love seeing people coming into town. But I've lived in a lot of places, and the places that I've always found most beautiful made themselves desirable. They developed areas and developments that kept the trees that were there. They kept the growth that was there. They don't have dollar stores every 2 miles. They're selective about what they let into town. And I feel like we don't do that here. I feel like we are just sort of being a little easy, and I think that we need to make ourselves more desirable as a town. Why can't we set the tone as to what we want this town to be? And if you listen to everyone here, I think that the direction we're going is obviously not the direction the town wants to go. So put thought into what you're doing. Put thought into how the town is going to look. And I know some of you do that. Great eye-building place. I love it. But I think that we need to really, as far as what all the technological and terms are, as far as R4 and R3 and R2, just make it something that's going to be worth it. We don't need junk stores. We don't need cheap stores. We don't need super duper expensive stores. We just need some options. And we need to pay attention to the green and the trees and what we have that's drawing people to this town. It breaks my heart to drive down Wendell Falls and see the mass murder of all those trees. It's horrible. It kills me every day when I drive into work. So just think about what you're saying yes to, and is it worth it to say yes to it? Because a lot of the things that we're seeing aren't. So that's all.
Thank you. Anyone else? Are there any questions from the board?
Madam Mayor, I got a comment, and then I'll have unless Commissioner Boyd wants to make it, I'll have a motion.
I couldn't understand what you were saying. You have a comment, what?
I have a comment, and when I'm done with that, I'll have a motion unless Commissioner Boyd would like to make it.
Well, let's make sure we don't have any questions before we get into a motion just yet, because I have a question. But go ahead and make your comment.
Well, I'll wait until after your question for my comment.
Okay. From the applicant, I'd like to know why you chose, can the applicant please come back? Yes, Mr. Hibbets, if there's no plans yet for this, parcel, why did the applicant choose the zoning they chose?
Well, we're conforming to your land use plan. We're also in the uses adjacent to us are R4 and R3. And the plan that you all have laid out for the development of your town calls for this type of use. You all need to look at the plan and what it says. Malou Anderson is not a developer. There's been a lot of comments about developers here, and that's very hurtful to her because she's not the person that she's not a developer. She's not True Homes and the other people that y'all are talking about. Y'all weren't here in the many meetings that I have attended on the land that was rezoned around us. Over the last 5 or 10 years, I've been here repeatedly, and we did a couple things. We tried to ask for buffers to protect the farm that Malou and her family have lived in for 200 years. Her family has been on this property for 200 years. They're not newcomers, they're invested in the town. And we didn't get any buffers, so here she is living on a farm surrounded by what will be a bunch of houses, the type of thing that you're talking about. So you're sort of picking on her for doing something that you don't want done, and her family's going to be the one that's surrounded by this type of development. There is you've seen the design for the road that actually, if she ever sells it, who has to build in front of her property. You've seen the plan that is to the back side of her property where we have no buffer, and our Anderson Farms has R4 and townhouses. To the south, recently rezoned is R3, and we've been approached by them. They're planning to do something. And one of the things that we did do during these many meetings is we tried to figure out a way to deal with the congestion of roads that come together at the railroad. And we have a way to do that. We proposed it when the R3 zoning came up, and the applicant said, "Oh, sure, we're gonna listen to the neighbors." Well, they didn't. And now that they've got the property under contract, he's listening to us because he needs to come across us to implement the type of thing we'd like to see him do. And we can't do that without knowing what the zoning is. We can't have him design stuff that will help eliminate some congestion down there. We're not developers. I am a realtor. I started in 1971. I sold houses at night, and I was a carpenter during the day until I could sell enough houses to stop being a carpenter. I've had over 50 years experience in the real estate business. I've developed 900,000 feet of commercial buildings. I've been a receiver. I've leased property. I've sold property. I have a good feel for what's going on. I'm not going to develop the property. I'm here to help the Andersons. I've been helping them since 2002. So I can't address the issues that have been brought up about moratoriums. I can't address things that concern other developers. I'm here because we are surrounded by these other uses, and it's no longer farmland. So I would like to ask your help in conforming our property to the zonings. We will work our best to try to help the town in dealing with some issues that we have some power to do so at the railroad crossing. And I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
That was my question. I wanted you to have an opportunity to explain the zoning, because there's been a lot that's been said tonight that may or it is all related, but I've been trying really hard to keep us on topic, and that is related to you. That is on the topic. So thank you for your answer. We can't have, I'm sorry, you already had a chance, everybody had a chance. We can't submit questions from the audience to the speaker. All right, did you have a question down this end or comment?
Mayor, I have a comment.
Okay.
And Mr. Hibbets touched on it a little bit. Mr. Hibbets, thank you for being here. I do feel like I've seen you, at least every 3 months since I got on the board in 2015. The other piece of this is to add a little bit of perspective, and I think Mr. Hibbets covered most of what I was going to say there, is that I've seen no less than 4 transportation plans out here, and I wanted to highlight that center divided 4-lane that was shown earlier is the minimum that is allowed under the transportation plan for development along Eagle Lock Road. That's why the picture was put up. So any additional other thing that would be added by a traffic impact study would be in addition to, above and beyond that, which is now and has been the minimum since 2017. I want to thank the Anderson family, one, for listening tonight. I know that 200 years on the same land, and I know what that land means to you. I also know how meticulous you've been in caring for and planning for that, and that's evidenced by the fact that in this rezoning, a lot of it is to get to a point where you can fix the traffic concerns of what will be there, because you want what will be there to be the best that it can. I certainly appreciate that, and I would say that I apologize that you were here on a busy evening. I had hoped that to hear more from you guys, and just want to acknowledge that and talk to the piece just a tad about the rights that I believe that you have to everything that is within your property lines. That's a fundamental piece for me, which is why when you hear us, we've heard a lot tonight. When you hear us, you'll often hear us go find those adjoining property owners and do everything within our power to protect those, buffer those, find new and innovative solutions to those. Property rights are at the very core of everything that I believe as we go through this process. I appreciate the way that you have advocated for your property rights in the past. Ashley, I appreciate you serving as vice chair of our planning board in the past, and advocating for your thoughts and your property rights and the property rights of others then. And I appreciate the way that you've conducted it today. With that, Madam Mayor, I have a motion.
Wait, hold on, does anyone else want to make a comment? Yes, yes. And then we need to close the public hearing, then we'll have a motion.
I've been taking notes as people have been talking. I just want to address a couple of these things. And I thank everybody for coming out tonight, applicant and citizens. The transportation plan that the town of Wendell has is basically the best that the town of Wendell can do to address the traffic issues that all of us deal with in town. The fact that certain roads aren't widened and traffic is bad at certain intersections and things like that, and nothing's being done about it, in my opinion, that all comes down to the fact that the General Assembly has taken away the town's ability to remediate those problems because we cannot charge developers impact fees for the houses and things that they bring in. So, used to, and in some other municipalities, when you brought in a neighborhood, every house that you put, you had to pay an impact fee, and that money could go to schools if it was a school impact fee. They could go to transportation so that you could put transportation improvements where they were needed, not just a turn lane in front of the neighborhood. Parks. I mean, there were a number of things. All of those things were stripped away by the General Assembly. We don't have the power to do those things anymore. Everything we do, all the power that this town has, is only because the General Assembly allows us to do it. And so what little things that we do have, we try to exercise those things. The transportation plan, which y'all are going to hear me talk more about later, the transportation plan is the best that we can do to address those traffic issues within the law. So that was basically what I wanted to get to on this item. I have a lot of other things, but if
Okay.
Is wants to close the hearing.
Let this in, have a comment?
Yes, quick question.
Yeah.
So this one item we're looking at tonight is we're going to expand the road with this. It's about expanding the road there for future traffic.
No, you get a shot at them for the road when we sell it to
When
somebody.
you sell the land.
Yeah, and for them to get their
Make it a
permits,
different
they
R,
have to do
like,
it.
does it have to be R3 or 4?
3 and 4 around it.
Can it be, I mean, it doesn't have to be that to expand the road, right? We can put a, if someone builds there on like an R30,
It's a
they can still
straight
expand.
rezoning, and the board is considering the application before it tonight.
Yeah.
That's the due process
Okay.
provided to the applicant. It's not, the town isn't submitting anything. The property owner is requesting to rezone their property to the zoning that they've requested. That's their right and their due process to do so.
Any other questions from the board?
No.
All right, well,
I have one more, I'm sorry, I
Go
forgot
ahead.
this. The other thing I wanted to bring up with, was this parcel that, is a keystone parcel for this, basically this block of where it's located. In order to get increased traffic capacity on Eagle Rock Road to handle the traffic, this piece has 1,900 foot of road frontage. And so, basically, without this piece, all the other pieces, they can't do anything to Eagle Rock Road because they don't front it. So, the other thing was I've heard a lot of people talk about what's harmonious with your neighbors and fitting in with your neighbors. This farm does not back up to any other neighborhoods, any established neighborhoods, anything like that. It backs up to land that is in the process of being developed. And if you want to keep things harmonious, and if that's what you mean by harmonious, then R4 is what matches this section. It's also, in my opinion, it's close enough that basically it goes straight out to Wendell Boulevard and right to the highway. And it doesn't, you're not having to weave your way through other roads and everything else to get there. So when we talk about harmonious or what fits in with what's going in around it, anything other than R4 might not be harmonious for this parcel.
anyone else from the board? All right, we'll close the public hearing.
Madam Mayor, I have a motion, we approve the rezoning request and adopt the attached ordinance.
All right, we have a motion to approve the rezoning request and adopt the attached ordinance. Is there any discussion on the motion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? So, 4 to 1. All right, it's almost 9 o'clock. I received a request that we take a recess if we reach 9 o'clock. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and we will be starting back in 5 minutes. So hustle back.
Wait. Real arm. She's like,
You wait. Wait.
All right, everybody have a seat. We're back in session. All right, item 5C is a public hearing. I need y'all to quiet down, please. A public hearing to rezone approximately 34.69 acres from rural agricultural to residential 7 conditional district, for 1032 and, 1116 Wendell Falls Parkway. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Board members. Item 5C is a public hearing to rezone approximately 34.69 acres from rural agricultural to residential 7 at 1032 and 1116 Wendell Falls Parkway. Tonight's request is to hold a public hearing on the proposed conditional district rezoning request and consider making a motion to adopt the attached ordinance. The applicant's requesting to rezone 2 parcels located on the north side of Wendell Falls Parkway, west of Jake May, from RA zoning to residential 7 to create a residential neighborhood with a mix of housing types. The applicant's proposal features 22 townhomes, 78 single-family homes. The development plan does extend the collector road from the Eagle Rise development, which is to the west, towards Jake May and provides access to Wendell Falls Parkway. The applicant did hold a virtual neighborhood meeting August 4th. The neighborhood meeting notes and invitations are included in attachment D of your packet. As we said, the property is along Wendell Falls Parkway, in that corridor between Jake May and Eagle Rock Road. ETJ will need to annex. The annexation public hearing is next on your agenda after this item. Current property owners Carol Hinnett, William Roberts, and Benjamin Roberts. The applicant is Strong Rock Group. They do have staff here tonight to answer questions that you may have. Project setting, mix of zoning nearby. To the west is R7, Eagle Rise development, which was approved about a year and a half ago. To the east, by the golf course, is Neighborhood Center Conditional District for some townhomes by the golf course. There's also other parcels, currently RA, Residential Agriculture, and across Jake May is R3 zoning. Subject properties are currently located in the RA zoning district. They're in our ETJ. That's why the development plan is before you first, before the annexation. The applicant's proposal does meet all setbacks for R7 zoning districts. You can see the parcels outlined here in yellow. The back portion touches Buffalo Creek and is where they have a good chunk of open space back there. R7, because they're proposing single-family homes and townhomes, that is the R7 zoning district is where it needs to be requested. R4, R3, those zoning districts are no longer eligible for townhomes. It has to be R7 or neighborhood center zoning to allow townhomes. R7 for lot width can be down to 24 feet. They're proposing 50 and 55-foot lots. Setbacks, you can see, meet our requirements. In the townhome section, lot width needs to be a minimum 16 feet. They're proposing 20, and the setbacks you can see there meet our UDO requirements. Development plan, Wendell Falls Parkway is here on the edge, the western side of this map. Entrance off the parkway, goes back into the neighborhood. This collector street, you'll see here in the middle of the development, the townhomes are alley loaded. Collector streets, we actually don't want driveways on them. We want them to be for movement of traffic. And so the townhomes there are alley loaded. Single family homes are front loaded. And you can see the back part towards Buffalo Creek is all open space and some neighborhood trails. Zoning conditions. In our conditional districts, which are different than the regular rezoning, which was just before you, conditional districts, they're allowed to give us zoning conditions, which can be related to the development. So in the zoning conditions, number 1, alley section shown in the approved site plan will be privately owned and maintained, so the alley will not be a town-maintained street. Townhomes shall be a permitted use in the conditional district, which They need to identify that in the conditional district, or they would have to come back and get an SUP for those townhomes. On-street parking shall be permitted within marked spaces as noted in the master plan. Signage stating this requirement will be provided at all entrances of the development. And we'll go over where they have their designated parking areas. All dwelling units shall have exterior siding materials consistent of brick, stone, veneer, fiber, cement, engineered wood, or composite. Vinyl trim may be used. A minimum of 2 decorative styles shall be used on the front facade, including but not limited to horizontal lap, shake, board and batten, and stone and brick veneer. Condition 5, all single-family dwellings shall have a 2-car garage. If the garage is front-loaded, it shall not extend past the main building wall more than 8 feet. All front-loaded garages doors shall have a decorative hardware or windows in them. Condition 7, all single-family dwellings shall have an 8-inch minimum exposed front foundation, which shall be wrapped in brick or stone veneer. Condition number 8, in order to promote a variation in home appearance, no single-family front elevation shall be constructed adjacent or across from an identical elevation. For corner lots, this shall apply to the lot's catty corner across the intersection as well. Condition 9, townhome buildings shall contain at least 1 roofline break. That breaks it up from looking like one larger building. It'll provide some breaks in that. And gateway buffer will be a 10-foot streetscape buffer in order to allow development south of the existing power line easement, which runs across the site. The buffer will be a type A buffer yard with a berm that will also contain a decorative fence accented with stone columns. Public utilities, development of the site will require connection to city water and sewer, which is available nearby. Currently, the utilities are at the intersection of Jake May and Wendell Falls Parkway. They're being extended for the Eagle Rise development to the west, and so they have access is very close. Environmental, the applicant will need to obtain stormwater, sedimentation, erosion control permits with Wake County Environmental Services before any site work can commence. The proposed development plan will need to meet the requirements of the UDO, and as we mentioned before, Wake County provides those services for the town. The proposed development plan does contain 2 stormwater control measures on site. The existing pond will be converted to a stormwater control device, and the applicant will create the additional pond. Buffers. UDO requires a 10-foot type C buffer between R7 and RA zoning districts. Since this project fronts along Wendell Falls Parkway, it's also subject to the gateway overlay buffer in section 2.17. The proposed development plan includes the 10-foot type C buffer along the exterior boundary that abuts RA zoning. A type C buffer includes 1 tree every 40 feet, 1 shrub every 8. The proposed plan does show a 10-foot streetscape type A buffer along Wendell Falls Parkway to meet the gateway overlay district requirement. The buffer also contains a berm as well as a decorative fence with stone columns. The town's UDO identifies Wendell Falls Parkway in the gateway overlay, which provides additional standards along our major corridors for extra landscaping. Staff interprets that a 40-foot street yard buffer applies for all the residential development along Wendell Falls Parkway, unless a roadway contains a contact zone similar to Wendell Boulevard. Gateway overlay requires a tree canopy, 3 tree canopies, 6 understory trees, and 12 shrubs per 100 feet. The applicant's proposing a 10-foot type A buffer along Wendell Falls Parkway that contains a berm and decorative fence with stone columns. Type A buffer is intended to provide a very dense site barrier to significantly separate uses in zoning districts. It's intended to reduce intrusive lighting and noise from adjacent properties, which in this case is the road. A 10-foot type buffer shall be completely opaque, having no horizontal openings from the ground to a height of 6 feet within 2 years of planting, consisting with the fence and the walls and plantings. Open space. UDO requires 1,750 square feet of open space per single-family home and 1,000 square feet per townhome. UDO section 7.4 requires that 75% of the required open space be passive, 25% be improved park space, with 1/3 of that needs to be considered active. The applicant's required to provide 3.64 acres of open space. They're actually giving us 12.63, and they're actually providing 1.66 of improved and fully active. The active open space contains a tot lot playground, improved park space, dog park, and internal neighborhood walking trails. Streams and wetlands, current development plan does show the locations of the streams and wetlands. Floodplains do exist on the site in the northern portion of the parcel that's in the proposed open space. The exact wetlands impact will be determined when construction drawings are submitted per the UDO. Transportation, TIA is required for when it exceeds 100 peak hour trips. The development does not meet our threshold for a TIA. However, the road improvements are required per our transportation plan. The applicants will be responsible for making the required road improvements to Wendell Falls Parkway, which is a future 4-lane divided 110-foot right-of-way that contains curb and gutter, 5-foot bike lanes, 6-foot sidewalks, and street trees. The property contains roughly 1,000 feet of road frontage along Wendell Falls Parkway. The plan that they've submitted contains the required additional right-of-way, 11 feet of pavement, curb and gutter, street trees, and a 10-foot multi-use path, which is more than the required 6-foot sidewalk. 10-foot multi-use path along Wendell Falls Parkway does assist with the town's goal of connecting Wendell Falls to downtown Wendell. Additional developments within this corridor have also provided a 10-foot multi-use path as well. Transportation plan also is requiring them to extend the collector from the Eagle Rise neighborhood, which is a 67-foot, 2-lane minor collector roadway running east-west through the site. The applicant's providing the required right-of-way with a 2-lane roadway with curb, gutter, and sidewalks. The minor collector roadway was included in the Eagle Rise development to the west and will eventually connect Eagle Rock Road to Jake May Drive. It'll provide a parallel access along Wendell Falls Parkway. Town's UDO requires a street connectivity index of 1.5 within the R7 zoning district. The applicant's design is providing an index of 1.66, which is higher than the required. The street layout contains one access point to Wendell Falls Parkway and then an access to the Eagle Rise development and 2 stub connections to the property to the east, which touches Jake May Drive. Parking, the applicant's providing off-street parking spaces at the mail kiosk, the dog park, and in the alley behind the townhomes, and at the parking lot near the playground/park. Current plan has 1 phase for the proposed development, so the amenities and road improvements would all need to be made in that first phase. Comprehensive plan defines this area as S4 controlled growth. S4 controlled growth classifications typically close to thoroughfares and at key crossroads. This sector is where moderate intensity new development is appropriate and where the majority of the community's new growth should occur. Typically envisioned community type for S4 is traditional neighborhood, which includes neighborhood serving commercial and civic, surrounded by a mix of housing types that decrease in density as you get further from the commercial area. In this case, the commercial for the future is at the intersection of Eagle Rock Road and Wendell Falls Parkway, which is identified neighborhood center. The proposed planned development of single-family homes and townhomes is consistent with the identified uses in the S4 sector. Planning Board, at their September 20th, 21 meeting, the Planning Board voted 6-0 on the motion to approve the requested conditional district. Statement of plan consistency as it provides for a range in housing opportunities, including upscale, senior, and downtown living choices. TRC has reviewed these plans. Any comments have been addressed by the applicant. Additional review would occur if this plan were approved. Submittal of construction drawings would then need to go through TRC before any construction could commence. Staff comments, the proposed development plan is consistent with the Wendell Comprehensive Land Use Plan. The applicant, Zach Anderson with Strong Rock, is here as well.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing. Are there any questions from the board for our town staff?
I do have a question, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
Based on the site layout, we have collector, looks like Street C.
Give me
Each
one.
of those townhomes are rear load. Looks like lots, I didn't know if you're pulling them up or not. Lots 67 and 66, I'm assuming are front load to Street A. Lots 50 and 51 are front load to Street D. Tell me about lots 52 and 53.
Yeah, so we really try not to have driveways on there, but occasionally, even just to give you an example, Big Falls Drive is a collector, and there are some front-loaded driveways occasionally on it, but not a consistent pattern. And in this case, the only access to that land is off of that street. So there are 2 driveways on that collector.
Thanks, sir.
You're welcome.
Anything else from the board?
Go ahead, John.
I don't see raised foundations as a condition, and we can hear from the developer, you said, but, that's something I consider almost a necessity. Slab on grade is not appropriate around here, in my opinion. For single-family detached.
It said 8. It said 8 in the conditions. What's your number, 12?
12, yes, 12 inches.
Commissioner Luge, did you have a question?
Yes, ma'am. Back to the TIA, so obviously it's not required here. So, Brian, I know the TIA will usually direct a lot of the, other road improvements. In your expertise, would a project of this side, if we were to require a TIA, what kind of effect do you think it might have? Or, is there a chance if we require a TIA that it could affect, the, trouble spot in town, which is that Eagle Rock Road intersection?
So it doesn't meet our UDO thresholds. It's under 75 trips per peak hour. It does get included in other TIAs that are being developed. So the units themselves may not trigger a TIA as they're proposed, but when other developments come in nearby, we give them a full list of proposals and developments, whether they're under construction or recently submitted, that they have to include those traffic counts in their TIAs. So these units can actually influence other projects requiring turn lanes or additional laneage as well.
If we were to treat this project as a vacuum and just say we proved nothing else and say this is the only one we're looking at, I guess from that standpoint, if we were to require a TA, what do you feel like? And I know you're not expertise.
So I'm not a traffic engineer.
Sure.
Typically, the unit count may not have the impact to require lanes.
Okay.
And so we'd have to check with a traffic engineer to fully understand what these 100 units do to intersections, but it does not meet our threshold for a TIA.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Tarnasky?
Quick question, like I always ask. So on the road size, so the road size is just the bare minimum? Still, it's not 30-foot roads in there, and no parking on the road?
So
Where's the extra parking at?
Yeah, so they have, I can pull up in the site plan, give me 1 second. So they have roughly 20-some spots in the alley that's it's not within the alley, that's drivable. All of their spots are off, not on the street, unless it's designated, which you can see some here by the mail kiosk, you can see some by the dog park, roughly 10, 12 of them here by the tot lot, and then there's a whole row of them behind the townhomes as well. So the streets are 27 feet, as our local street is back to back, curb to curb. The right-of-way is 52 feet with sidewalks, street trees.
Alrighty, thanks.
You're welcome.
It looks like there's no additional parking down in that, if you can go back. Yeah. Okay. Right.
Can I?
Yeah, go.
We'll come back to the traffic again one more time, and we'll see if maybe I can ask the question in a little bit different way. And if you don't have these numbers right offhand, then that's fine. But do we know currently at what percentage of capacity Wendell Falls Parkway is, as it is currently built, running through this section? I mean, is it, obviously a road, a two-lane road with a turn lane in it, or whatever we're gonna get, has a certain traffic capacity. Do we know of what percentage we're already at, or how long it's gonna be before we start tripping some of those?
I do not have numbers on where we are at current capacity.
Okay.
Anything else from the board?
Yes, and Brian, if you would, go back to, the condition 10, I believe it was. Sorry, I'm trying to get back over to it myself. The streetscape buffer, can you describe again to me a little bit kind of what exactly that would look like?
So the gateway buffer would be 10 feet streetscape with plantings, whether they be trees, understory trees, shrubbery. Type A, within 2 years, has to be solid plantings at least 6 feet up.
Okay.
Within 2 years. It's our most dense vegetation when it comes to buffers. It also has to include a decorative fence with stone columns, is their proposal. So that would be along Wendell Falls Parkway, and it would provide the buffer and materials for an entryway.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any other questions from the board? All right, let's hear from the applicant.
Give me one moment to open up their PowerPoint.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, members of the commission, appreciate you having us out tonight, allowing us to speak. We're here to present for your consideration a rezoning of this property at 1032 Wendell Falls Parkway from an RA to R7 conditional district. First, I'd like to commend the board, the planning board, and town staff in their diligence, their helping us guide this project and the one that comes after this that we'll be presenting to what it is today. I think I heard earlier that the town doesn't say no to anything. Well, I could tell you that in the background, staff, planning board, and this board say no to a lot of things before it can get to this point. And us as engineers and planners, not as the home builders, get a chance to meet with you and really put forth projects that are in the town's vision first. So I just, again, want to commend the town, staff and board members for all the hard work that you've put into many of these projects before they even get here. So this project, we had a voluntary neighborhood meeting August 4th. Those aren't required, but we, again, as not developer or not builders, we like to seek input in our projects to make it the best vision for the town, for the residents. Knowing that growth is a part of that. We're different than many of the other folks that come in front of you because, we're planners, we're engineers. We don't have an interest in what the homes sell for necessarily. We just want to put projects in front of the town that are the best for everyone. I recently attended a Triangle Business Journal roundtable that discussed the crisis that we have in housing. Many folks my age and many other ages can't find anywhere to live. There's a number of reasons. Supply chain is one of them, and I won't get into that tonight, but I will get into the other side is supply. So in order for us to build our way, or to get out of this housing crisis, we have to build our way out. Every town plays a part in that, and it's up to the boards to guide that in the best way possible. We can't just say, hey, we love Wendell how it is, and everybody else can grow and get bigger, but this town has to stay how it is. We really appreciate the guidance in helping us put projects in front of you that help grow the town, but in the right way. So as you know, over the last year, the town has held several meetings to engage the public as you've begun to work on your Blueprint Wendell 2030 Comprehensive Plan. This has included several citizen surveys, steering committees, and public hearings to plan the future growth of this town. This presentation we have today, we feel is a bullseye approach to those future land use plans. If I skip forward to a few slides here, this is a sketch plan provided to us by the town as it relates to the future land use plan, the Blueprint 2030. In green with the red boundary there is our project. And it's very similar to what it looks like. We feel like we're coming before you with a ton of guidance to present the best project for the town that meets the many hours that went into drawing this map. The project will have several different housing types, townhomes and single-family, to address different income levels, and that's a very popular topic right now with urban planning, is equitable housing with different product types. Our project will have several amenities, including a playground, a multi-use path along Wendell Falls Parkway, along the power line easement, and throughout the neighborhood to connect into the Eagle Rise subdivision and potentially up to the Buffalo Creek future greenway plan. We'll be dedicating right-of-way and widening Wendell Falls Parkway within the town's plan. And we're also, you know, I hear the concerns about traffic at the Eagle Rock Road and Wendell Falls intersection. And we've heard that through a number of the projects that we're working on in town. So we're working with the property owners at 3 corners of that intersection. Mr. Roberts owns the north and south side of Wendell Falls Parkway on the east side of Eagle Rock, and a commercial developer owns the northwest quadrant of that intersection. And all 3 of those properties, we're working with them to go ahead and dedicate right-of-way now to address the many projects that'll be coming through and making improvements to that intersection, so that the impact to the residential neighborhood on the southwest quadrant is minimal, if at all. So although off-site traffic improvements aren't required here, we're working to look forward and address some of those challenges. In addition, there will be a connection through to the Eagle Rise neighborhood that'll alleviate some of that traffic. You'll connect out to Eagle Rock Road directly. So in the case of, you know, for example, emergency closure of Wendell Falls Parkway, fire, EMS could access Eagle Rock Road through our neighborhood. And I would say that with many of these concerns about schools, about crime, about traffic, these neighborhoods that you're approving, when you provide guidance, when you're approving plans that meet the comprehensive plan, they're a part of the solution. The state, as you said, doesn't allow you to collect impact fees to make improvements to the intersection. We've tried to engage the DOT to say, how can we as developers come together and create a fund to fix this intersection? Well, it's not possible. They don't have a mechanism to collect that money, and the town doesn't either. So each one of these projects is incrementally improving intersections, improving the roads, widening, providing access from Wendell Falls to downtown with a 10-foot greenway path that you can take your golf cart. So each one of these projects contributes. They're not individually going to fix all of the problems in town, but they're helping. One other condition that on the architectural side, we did make a commitment to planning board to have 12-inch raised foundations. So that would be added to the list here. So, is there any questions about our architectural conditions, our plan, our amenities?
Are there any questions from the board for the applicant?
I have a couple questions. If you could just speak to, I know Brian laid out the buffer on the front side. If you could just speak to the buffers on each of the other sides, just real quick, and more specifically, what exactly is a vision you guys have in mind of leaving as a natural buffer there versus, you know, to me, it all makes more sense if we have a buffer, swing your feet to leave what you can, leave the natural buffer there versus taking it down and then putting something back in its place. That always seems to be kind of a backwards way of doing things.
So I'll flip back here to the current plan, and you can see it's currently a farm field. The border to the R7 Eagle Rise neighborhood there is farmed. The border to the east is farmed up to the property line, and then the frontage as well is cleared for agricultural use. So as lots back up to other lots between neighborhoods, there's, the requirement to have, trees, rear yard trees. We've got a 10-foot buffer to the east as is required, and then the 10-foot buffer for the gateway is to accommodate lots in between the road widening and, the power line easement. The property there to the west will be a commercial neighborhood, or as is slated in the future land use plan.
Can you repeat that last thing one more time?
The property to the southwest there, in between this property and Eagle Rock Road, is slated for commercial in the future land use plan.
Can you go back to the site plan? So the house that's currently sitting right there on the road, that's a part of this?
Yes, that will be sold as a part of this whole project.
Okay, so that house is gone, and it's gonna be replaced with
Correct.
new house, okay.
Excuse me, any other questions from the board for the applicant? All right. Would anybody that's here tonight like to speak on this? Now, I'm gonna insist that you keep it to this project. We don't need to get all off on tangents about other things. We need to stay on this project.
This one?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just joking. Regina Harmon, 6616 Tails Branch Road. Got my own map since I couldn't get it up on your board. But, first of all, this is a nice looking project, mister, that's doing it. It's a very nice looking project. So right across the street, we're putting in, wrote notes, 75 townhomes. Right up the street, we're putting in 101 townhomes, right there along that road. Since I'm not allowed to talk about other projects down the road, I'll wait on that one. But you're saying that with all that going in, what we have, we can't do a traffic study right now. And that's a beautiful project. I'm not gonna lie, that is a really nice project. It's putting in some homes, everything like that, but again, it comes back to all these townhomes coming to our community. Why can't we get better? Like these people have been saying. The board, we just want you to ask for better. And I'm not saying this project is not a nice one, I'm just saying let's just do better and not get just townhomes, because that seems to be 99% of what's on the books. But that is a very nice project. Thank you.
Anyone else?
John Thompson, 656 Rockbank Loop. I also have that same map that the Madam Mayor and your commissioners seem unable to present to the residents of Wendell. I'm also looking not only at that property, but in totality, the other properties, again, connected with this same property along Wendell Falls, and all that traffic is going through Wendell Falls, Eagle Rock Road, or Martin Pond Road. And once again, Mr. Joyner down there also commended the owners for having respect for trying to get their property rezoned. However, I don't feel respected in the sense that my voice seems to be ignored along with these others, because we are concerned about our existing homes. We want to see Wendell grow, but properly, and it seems like our respect has been ignored in this, and I apologize to my fellow citizens here for not getting involved sooner. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Anyone else?
Madam Mayor, if you don't mind if I respond.
Sure.
Sir, I was going to respond to that if you don't understood. Have a good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. No, you know what, let's keep moving forward. No, ma'am, let's just keep, we don't need to be.
But we would like to hear the response, even if
You can respond if you want, but we don't need to be encouraging
Yeah.
back and forth.
So my comment earlier was to Ms. Anderson and the Anderson family about the way that over time they have engaged in the process. And it seemed as if it was a new project to many that are here this evening. What I was thanking them for the way over the past 5 years that we've worked with that family over time that they have conducted. I understand that tonight was not an outcome that maybe Ashley dreamed of in 2012, but Ashley, using her times, talents, and efforts, has been committed to the betterment of Wendell as long as I've known her, and that's what I was thanking her about. It was in no way to disrespect anyone in this room, but I'd highlight that we still haven't gotten to the project that I believe the majority of the folks here are here for, and it's because you haven't heard us respond yet. You haven't heard us be able to talk to that developer and ask those questions. We'll get there.
Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Kathy Rockwell. I live at 107 Combs Court. This has been a wake-up call for us, and I am also sorry that I haven't gotten involved sooner. Not just with this, but with a lot of things going on in the world today. I hope that my fellow neighbors and citizens of Wendell will come to these meetings more often, as I plan to do, to get more involved in the town. We can't complain about things that we don't want to participate in. But this project is just one puzzle piece of many other projects going on that we're becoming aware of. The numbers that were rattled off earlier just blew my mind about what's going to be like in 10 years. And we have to stand up and say, develop responsibly, develop bigger lots with bigger houses that can still make the developers money without impacting us as severely as these are with the townhouses and the small, tiny lots. Thank you.
Next.
I would like to ask the question, did I understand correctly?
Can you give me your name and address again? That's okay, this is a different public hearing.
I'm Edie Nowell, I live at 1016 Lake Glad Road. My question is, at the intersection of Eagle Rock and Wendell Falls, are you telling me that that is going to be a 4-lane highway up to Wendell Boulevard?
So both Wendell Falls Parkway and Eagle Rock Road are both planned for 4-lane divided roadways. For Wendell Falls Parkway, the 4 lanes start at Jake May and go to where it's 4 lanes in Wendell Falls currently. Eagle Rock Road, as development occurs, the entire length in Wake County up to Rollsville Road will be 4 lanes divided as development and improvements are made.
Okay, I'm asking the question, is it going to be 4 lanes from Eagle Rock Road to Wendell Boulevard in town? What I consider in town now. Where will the 4-lane road stop?
From the intersection, it would, yeah.
Where it comes to the stop sign. So you're going from Wendell to the intersection.
To clarify, the 4-lane road on Wendell Falls Parkway ends at Jake May Road. From there, it's a 2-lane road to Wendell Boulevard like it is today.
Okay.
Anyone else?
Laura Wilder, 212 White. So, if I understood on this particular project, it's going to once again affect Buffalo Creek. And I guess I've been here 18 months, and I guess I wasn't paying attention to the development either. So, when they build these neighborhoods or engineer them for prospective building, and they have built their runoff system, does that system eventually impact Buffalo Creek, which therefore it just carries right on down, 'cause there's now several new proposals that will come into Buffalo Creek. Is it all related? That's my question.
If I could let the developer answer how his development design handles that rather than staff.
But it's also not just his design, it's the other ones. We're asking for a bigger picture than just one little piece. Do I need to step aside?
For all development's required to meet state Neuse River buffer rules. This is a tributary of the Neuse River. Any development and disturbing activities have to meet any kind of erosion control and stormwater runoff and have requirements with that. You can't increase water flow onto neighboring properties. Water has to enter buffer areas in a particular manner. There's a large series of state and county rules that any development in town have to follow, but for this particular development, I would want the developer to talk about how their particular design addresses that concern.
So the two stormwater ponds on this project would both collect sediment and pollutants, phosphorus and nitrogen, and allow them to sink down to the bottom as sediment. And then the outlet structure will be designed so that the flow out of the pond when you have a rain event is at or below the existing levels of that drainage basin. So anything that's flowing into Buffalo Creek from this neighborhood, through the 6 or 10 acres of buffer there, would be less than or equal to the existing flow, and it will be treated for nutrients, unlike what's happening now, where it's just an existing farm field.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I have a question and concern over all that.
Haven't you already spoken at this public hearing?
I did. 6616 Tails Branch Road, Regina Harmon. You're talking about the runoff. Who's going to maintain that after this is developed? Who's going to take care of it and make sure it's still working properly? Because I have been around to some subdivisions, and they're grown up, they're not working properly. So who's going to maintain it?
All of the amenities and open space, landscaping in this neighborhood will be maintained by the HOA with dedicated easements around the stormwater ponds, such that if the neighborhood or the HOA ever failed, the town would be able to step in to fix the problems and then charge the developer. So it'd be maintained by the HOA, paid for by the residents.
Are the stormwater ponds routinely inspected?
Yes, yearly, at least.
And just while you're here, could you speak to just the recent interaction you've had with the Lyles family regarding the Greenway path?
So at some point in time, there was shown a connection to the Lyles Tract, which is north of the Eagle Rise neighborhood, Plan East. That was just put in there because there was a pedestrian plan that shows going up to Buffalo Creek and the Anderson Farms. That resident didn't feel like they wanted a connection into the Greenway. It might have posed safety concerns or other just rabble-rousers and troublemakers. So we've removed that connection, and the actual design of this Greenway in that open space is really subject to field conditions. So we have to install a certain amount of trails to meet the water allocation policy of the town. So that'll happen once they get on site. They'll find the best spot to put that trail and not connect to the Lyles Tract.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anyone else?
I'm sorry, I know that it's late and everyone wants to go home.
Don't apologize.
But I just want my voice heard on this as well. I think that it's going to affect traffic. I think it's going to affect the amount of nature that we have around us, and I wish that we would slow down and see the impact of all of the other developments in that area before we start planning new ones. Maybe I'm living pie in the sky, but I personally want to see how everything else that's being built along that road is going to affect traffic that's already been affected before we start planning this lovely little neighborhood with one tree every 40 feet. So, my voice has been heard again. Danielle Batson, 19 East Maggie Court.
Yes, thank you. Anyone else? Is there anything else from the board?
That's what I'd like to say, Mayor, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
You want to close the public hearing, or do you want to?
No, you can keep talking.
Just
We'll
keep
close the
blabbering?
public hearing when you're done.
Okay. I do appreciate everybody who's come and spoken tonight, to us as a board. I know it's been taking y'all's time tonight, and I appreciate that. I myself, as I've been talking to a lot of people in the past couple months, have heard these same similar concerns, not just from the neighbors off of Lake Glad Road, but from around town. And traffic is a concern for me as well. You know, just as I left the other week to go to Central Baptist area, I got there and realized I left them at my house and had to double back, and it was just like, I have to go through the intersection twice. So I do understand that traffic has become an issue for us. I do have some of those similar thoughts of making sure that development we have that's coming to this town is done correctly. That we are seeing and I've said this before at past board meetings, we're seeing a large influx of a certain type of development at this particular time, and I think it's a little bit of some trends. I think it's a little bit of what we've kind of maybe visualized as a town. Maybe it's just a little bit of what's being proposed and what's being presented to us. And I've said this before, and you guys have heard it, and I'll say it again. There's nothing wrong with being picky, and there's nothing wrong with trees. There's nothing wrong with kind of just waiting and seeing how things play out. I don't think this is a bad plan at all. I'll say that. I don't think it's a bad plan. I have a few issues with just a few small things in this plan. I do think as a board, and I regret that Commissioner Boyd, this is at the end of your term, but I do think as a board, it would be very helpful for us to sit down as a group with town staff and to really, you know, have a catch up of where we are right now and a catch up of where we're going, because you know, many of y'all are more aware of all the stuff that's going on than I am with y'all's research, because it comes and it comes, and before you know it, you've got things that you approved 2 years ago that are still sitting there in the lurches and haven't been built out yet. And so you're right, we don't know what effect that's going to have. So I have a bit of a caution approving anything at this point here without kind of knowing, at least myself knowing, and maybe I'm the only one of the five up here feeling like this right now, without knowing that right now. So again, I don't think this is a bad plan. I think it could make some good greenway connectivities, which is something that is important to me. I'm aware that this is a neighborhood that's put on a 4-lane road, and so while the folks who were our Blair Hills friends may be speaking to those larger lots and those larger subdivisions, this may not be that particular location where we put 1-acre lots, you know, bordering a 4-lane highway. I do think that your overall theme and your overall message is correct, and that taking our time and being patient and ensuring that what we have coming to this town and the decisions we make today will be the decisions that we're stuck with, and I mean that in a nice way, so that making sure what we do is right. And like I said, I just appreciate y'all coming out tonight and talking. That was all me. No, you don't need to clap. That's my thought. You don't need to clap for that one. That's just my thought. Thank you, though.
Are there any other questions or comments from the board? If not, we'll close did you have a comment? We'll close the public hearing. All right, what's y'all's pleasure?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, sir.
In the spirit of allowing the public as much time as possible to have their input on projects, I make a motion that we table this project until the November the 22nd meeting.
All right, we have a motion to table this to November 22nd. Is there any discussion on the motion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Is that everybody? Mr. Attorney, how do we table 5D as well? Go ahead and hold the public hearing, or What's your recommendation?
I would say since you're already into it, go ahead and have your public hearing.
Okay. All right, item 5D is a public hearing on a non-contiguous annexation for two parcels totaling approximately 34.69 acres for PIN numbers 177398740 and 17739729966, located at 1032 and 1116 Wendell Falls Parkway.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is an annexation for the non-contiguous annexation of the two parcels that were just heard in your rezoning. Staff is asking you to hold the public hearing and consider a motion to adopt the attached ordinance. The two parcels listed have applied for annexation, highlighted here in yellow. Current city limits are to the west and to the east. The rezoning you just heard was to go from RA to R7. Proposed annexation would require services from town's police, public works, parks and rec departments if annexed and developed. Secondary service impacts will be for other departments. Water and sewer is readily available, and specific impacts are dependent on the use, density, and design of development, which at this time is residential. The applicant is here as well.
All right, open public hearing. Are there any questions from the board? Would the applicant like to be heard?
Again, Zach Anderson, 6801 Falls News Road. We just look forward to presenting this again at the next meeting, and happy to have any conversations with town board, planning staff, or anyone else to address any specific concerns. Again, I hear the traffic concerns, I hear environmental, I hear everything that's been said tonight, and I believe that we're going above and beyond to address many of those concerns within the extent possible. So, appreciate you having us up tonight.
Madam Mayor, can I just inquire as to
Yeah.
whether the applicant wants the annexation if the rezoning is not approved?
I don't see why not.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you.
Is there anyone from the public who'd like to speak?
Sorry. Already know my name and address. Regina Harmon, 6616 Tails Branch Road. I'm a little confused. The one in the yellow right there is what he just spoke about. So the other is the blue R7 CD? Right beside it?
For clarification, it's the larger yellow, it's also the small box within the yellow.
Oh, okay, well, you put that, thank you, that's all I needed to know.
All right, anyone else? Are there any comments or questions from the board? All right, we'll close the public hearing.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
motion to table till November 22nd.
All right, we have a motion to table until November 22nd. Is there any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, item 5E is a public hearing to rezone approximately 40.53 acres from rural residential to neighborhood center conditional district for property located at 0 Wendell Falls Parkway.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. The request tonight is to hold a public hearing on the proposed conditional district rezoning request and consider making a motion to adopt the attached ordinance. The applicant's requesting to rezone one parcel located near the intersection of Wendell Falls Parkway and Eagle Rock Road from rural residential to neighborhood center conditional district to create a townhome residential neighborhood in a commercial mixed use in a future phase. The neighborhood center conditional district applies to the entire property. However, Tract A includes the 201 unit townhome portion. Tract B includes the commercial mixed use future development and would need to meet the town of Wendell UDO ordinance and the zoning conditions, or at the time of submittal would need to request a different zoning. The applicant did hold a virtual neighborhood meeting on July 29th of this summer. Location is 40 acres right near the intersection of Wendell Falls Parkway and Eagle Rock Road. The applicant has submitted for annexation. Property owner is Judy Roberts. Applicant is Strong Rock, Zach Anderson, who just spoke on the previous item. Neighboring residential zonings are RR and NC. You'll see on the map here, neighborhood center zoning has the commercial lot at the corner. Neighborhood center is also the zoning for the Central Baptist and their parcel that's right next to the site. PUD 15-1 is Wendell Falls, and this is in the Wendell Falls corridor. Lot dimensions for required townhomes. UDO requires them to be a minimum 16 feet. The applicant's doing 20 feet for front-loaded and alley-loaded. So there's a mixture of unit type here for home type. Side setbacks between buildings, 10 feet. And then they're actually on the front-loaded having a 15-foot rear setback. Development plan, you can see stormwater ponds, 1 along Wendell Falls Parkway, 2 along the border with Wiley Oaks. Swimming pool, clubhouse, park area here in the central area. Dog park to the north. Front load, alley load, a mixture of unit type. Zoning conditions. So I'm going to go over the zoning conditions. There's 2 different for Tract A, which is where the townhomes are. Tract B is that commercial mixed use for the future. Tract A, vinyl siding is not permitted. However, vinyl windows, decorative elements, and trim are permitted. Garage doors must have windows, decorative details, or carriage-style adornments. A varied color palette shall be utilized on homes throughout the subdivision to include a minimum of 3 color families for siding and shall include varied trim, shutter, and accent colors complementing the siding color. The rear and side elevations of units that are seen from the right-of-way shall have trim around the windows. Streets A and B, I'll go right back here. So Street A is the main entrance that splits the residential from the commercial mixed use, and Street B, which would eventually run from the residential into that commercial. Will be constructed with enhancing pedestrian facilities that will allow from connective flow into Track B. An enhanced pedestrian facility shall include pedestrian level lighting, so not our normal 20-foot street lighting. There'll be pedestrian level, which is traditionally 14 feet or less. 8-foot sidewalks that may be adjacent to curbs, street tree plantings outside of the right-of-way, and homes that abut, that have fronts along A and B streets will be rear-loaded. The intersection of streets A and B shall contain pedestrian traffic table and decorative pedestrian crossings using pavers, stamped concrete, or decorative painting. The enhanced buffer will also be provided along the western property. It's a minimum type B with a berm or a fence. Track B, the commercial mixed use. The sketch provided for Track B is conceptual in nature, is intended to serve as a guide for future development. The property will be developed as a commercial mixed-use neighborhood center that includes retail, office, and multifamily uses. At least 4 mixed-use buildings featuring 2-story facades with ground-level commercial space. Second floors, when usable, may contain residential units or office space, and a minimum of 1/3 of the ground floor area of each building shall contain an occupiable upper floor. That creates a mixture of building scale and also how active. So some of the buildings may be 1 floor, some of them will be 2, and there's requirements in there of certain second floors have to be occupiable either for residential or commercial. At least 1 single slab commercial building will be constructed. Street A, the north-south street, will provide a main street feel with storefronts, outdoor seating, plazas, and pedestrian traffic tables, or decorative pedestrian crossing using pavers, stamped concrete, or decorative painting consistent with Track A. Street A will be constructed with enhanced pedestrian facilities consistent with Track A that will allow connective flow into Track A. Those enhanced pedestrians will again be pedestrian level lighting, a minimum 8-foot sidewalks that will be adjacent to the curb, transitional green spaces, and either tree wells or street tree plantings. Multifamily units and residential over commercial shall be provided with amenities. These may include dog washing station, indoor bicycle storage, community event space, fitness center, and/or media room. In condition 8, no more than 10% of Track B shall be designated for multifamily only buildings, which is requiring that 90% of Track B will be a mixed use buildings. Public utilities, development of the site will require connections to water and sewer, which is available nearby. They will be extending utilities from Eagle Rise and 1032 in the Jake May area to reach this site. They have filed for annexation. The applicant will need to obtain stormwater, sedimentation, erosion control permits from Wake County, and as we mentioned earlier, Wake County provides those services for us. The proposed development plan for Tract A contains 3 stormwater control devices on site. Tract B, whenever development plans come in, will most likely have their own stormwater ponds based on their use and parking lots and things like that. Buffers. UDO requires a 10-foot type C buffer between neighborhood center and RR zonings. However, when a more intense use abuts single-family residential, a type B buffer is required. So the townhomes next to the Wiley Oaks neighborhood is more intense than Wiley Oaks, and so a type B buffer is required. The proposed development plan includes a 15-foot type B buffer with a berm or fence along the western boundary that abuts the homes along Wiley Oaks. A type B buffer requires 1 tree every 25 feet and 1 shrub every 6. The plans also contain a 10-foot type C buffer along the northern border, which is where the dog park and there's some townhomes. The type C buffer contains 1 tree every 40 feet and a shrub every 8. The town's UDO does identify Wendell Falls Parkway in the gateway overlay, which provides additional standards. In this case, they are showing a 40-foot gateway buffer along Wendell Falls Parkway to meet the gateway requirement. Gateway overlay buffer for every 100 feet has to have 3 canopy trees, 6 understory trees, and 12 shrubs per every 100 feet. Open space, UDO requires 1,000 for townhomes, more for single family. In the townhomes section, the applicant's required to provide 4.6, they're providing 4.8. It is key to note that 1.43 acres are fully improved and fully active. The space does include community pool and clubhouse, dog park, and some improved open space. The site does not contain any floodplains or wetlands on site. Phasing, the current plan for Tract A has 2 phases for the development. Phase 1 contains the clubhouse, community pool, and park space. Phase 2 includes the dog park. Transportation, the town of Wendell UDO requires a street connectivity index of 1.5 for R7 zoning, NC zoning as well. The applicant's providing 1.66. Street layout contains access to Wendell Falls and then has 3 stubs. Parking, the applicant's providing off-street parking spaces at the clubhouse, community pool, dog park, and along streets A, B, and E. The applicant is responsible for making the required road improvements to Wendell Falls Parkway, dedicating roadway, building an additional 11 feet of pavement, curb and gutter, street trees, and they are providing a 10-foot multi-use path along their frontage, which does assist with the town's goal of connecting Wendell Falls to downtown Wendell. TIA was done for the 200 townhome units. It's key to note that when the mixed-use commercial side does come in, based on the acreage of roughly 20 acres, they're going to require their own TIA at that time, which could kick in additional improvements. This is just for the townhome portion. The TIA has been reviewed and accepted by NCDOT. You can see in this image, they're required a 100-foot turn lane into their site from Wendell Falls Parkway eastbound into the site. The arrow you see at the turn lane at Eagle Rock Road to go southbound towards Johnston County, that has been, that was an improvement that needs to be done by Eagle Rise, the subdivision on Eagle Rock Road. And it's key to know additional TIA would be required for Tract B. Comprehensive plan does label this area as S4 controlled growth and neighborhood center. So this is neighborhood center at the intersection of Wendell Falls and Eagle Rock Road is identified currently. Neighborhood center, which is a mixed-use area, activity center serving surrounding neighborhoods with retail services, civic, and higher density housing. A neighborhood center should not contain more than 80 to 120,000 square feet of retail. Grocery anchored mixed use is a typical for a neighborhood center. The proposed development plan of townhomes is consistent with the identified uses within the S4 and the neighborhood center classification of the Town of Wendell Comprehensive Plan. At the September 20th meeting of the Planning Board voted 6-0 in favor of recommending approval. It does provide a range of housing. and the mixed-use zoning conditions on Track B really clearly identify what that area will look like in the future when plans are submitted. TRC has completed their review. Staff is recommending that the development is consistent with the Wendell Comprehensive Land Use Plan. The applicant is here as well.
All right, let's open the public hearing. Are there any questions from the board to start?
Madam Mayor, members of the board, thanks again for having me back up to talk to you. Zach Anderson from 6801 Falls News Road in Raleigh, here again to present for your consideration the rezoning of 1320 Wendell Falls Parkway from RR, Rural Residential, county property, to Neighborhood Commercial Conditional District and annexation. We held a voluntary meeting, neighborhood meeting on this project on July 29th, and heard from many of the neighbors in Wiley Oaks, who I believe some are here tonight, and addressed some of the concerns that came up regarding stormwater, traffic, and just growth in general. To reiterate my comments on the last project, the town's been working on a comprehensive plan update. Wendell Blueprint 2030 had this node, Eagle Rock Road, Wendell Falls Parkway, as in the past plan as a neighborhood center, and in the future plan as an activity center. And the definition of that activity center in some of the comments and presentations that were given on Blueprint 2030 is a complete neighborhood with jobs, services, retail, and dense housing. So many of the comments we heard from other neighbors on other projects tonight addressed their concern for just putting houses out and wanting more shops, wanting more stores, wanting more mix of use. In that presentation for Blueprint 2030, there was a citizen survey. Over 50% of respondees to that poll said they want more townhomes in the right place. Over 70% said they want mixed use in the right place. Out of anywhere in Wendell that needs mixed use or would make sense for, outside of Wendell Falls itself, is this location. And again, we feel like this is a bullseye approach to the comprehensive plan maps that we were given. A transition from the Wiley Oaks low-density neighborhood to townhomes and over into commercial mixed-use center with high-dense housing. This is a conditional district rezoning, so we're requesting rezoning for the whole property and then a site plan specifically for the townhomes. As we've seen with Wendell Falls, we know that housing comes before the commercial. We've had both of these properties on the market to buyers of both types, and there's not interest in the commercial yet. And once these houses are built, if they're built, that commercial will be a valuable project for some commercial developer. But the townhouses need to be shown to be approved and started before any real commercial developer has interest in the property. Originally, we looked at a less dense option of single-family homes, then it was a single family with some townhomes, and then it was townhomes, and then it was townhomes with more commercial. Going back to my comment and commendation to the boards and staff members in saying no, this is one where we heard a lot of no's. We presented a lot of plans, and I think many of you on this board gave input to staff and what you'd like to see here. So the result, the project that we have before you today is a result of those many, many conversations and many, many plan revisions just to get to this level. So the density that you see is really a result of staff planning board, town council, feedback and guidance. And I understand it. I understand the need for more shops. I love coming to Wendell and getting a hot dog. I love going to the golf course and playing a quick round. I love this town, and I think that a project like this really fits into the character of Wendell and the future growth. You've got a mix of use, a very walkable commercial neighborhood when that's approved, or commercial development when that's approved, where there's interconnectivity between the folks that live in the townhomes and the shop owners, the coffee shops, the offices that are right next door. We're providing some wider sidewalks, pedestrian level lighting, just pedestrian friendly features to this neighborhood to connect, to blend, to provide that mixed use that 70% of folks said they want to see more of in Wendell. The amenities in this site will include a pool and clubhouse, which at about that 150 homes to 200 homes, that's the threshold where that makes sense for HOA dues and everything. Also a dog park and some pocket parks throughout, so in addition to the interconnectivity with the commercial there. This project will be dedicating right away. We'll be including a gateway buffer that's part of the UDO and widening Wendell Falls Parkway adjacent to the site. The commercial tract, when it's developed, will go through its own TIA process where, not to demean the traffic engineer's job, but the simple math shows what will need to be done to that intersection. And I foresee many improvements as a result of the traffic warrants in the commercial development there. And our traffic engineer is here if you have any specific questions on that. Again, this project brings Wendell Falls closer to downtown Wendell with the 10-foot multi-use path along Wendell Falls Parkway that as projects are developed along this corridor, that path will be connected all the way in. We'll also install utility infrastructure where there's not been before on this side of Wendell Falls Parkway to allow for future growth, allow for projects that may be smaller in nature. It makes sense for them to develop or not. So, and that's largely what I have tonight. Any questions on the conditions of approval between both the townhomes or the commercial, or specific to the site plan?
Any questions from the board?
Quick question.
Sure.
So out of all those sites, how much extra parking is there for visitors and things like that?
Don't think we have on this plan. Brian may have the engineering drawings with him that I could show you. There's on-street parking along here next to the pool. There's off-street parking here for the pool, and then there's parking along this road and this road, the main road coming in. So where we can fit it, you know, not in front of lots where you have driveways, we've got quite a bit.
Like one parking place per home or per?
Well, there's single car garages, driveways, and then extra parking outside. I couldn't tell you the count right now, but
okay.
I can get back to you on that.
Thanks.
Any other questions from the board? Commissioner Joyner?
Harrison, can you talk about, and that's a good map to talk about it from, and I know you won't have a specific timeline, but in including, let's just, for the sake of brevity, include everything that you're discussing or you're here to talk on tonight, how those interconnect and how you see them playing out. I heard you say commercial comes later. Can you talk a little bit about why that is as well?
Most commercial developers that are putting the money and the risk into developing, you know, for rent buildings, essentially commercial buildings as they are, they want to see, especially in a mixed-use neighborhood where there is somewhat limited parking on purpose, you want that interconnectivity. They want to see the immediate residents, that the people that will walk there for work, that'll walk there for lunch, for coffee, for shopping. You know, it's just, in almost all cases, that commercial follows the rooftops.
Thank you.
Can you tell me what kind of feedback you got back from the Wiley Hills Wiley Oaks folks? You said you had a, community meeting with them, neighborhood meeting?
Yeah, so stormwater was one of the largest concerns we heard for stormwater that may be flowing to the west into that neighborhood. These homes are on septic, so naturally that would be a concern. The neighborhood we're planning, while it's more dense, there's a lot more impervious space. The stormwater ponds, again, will capture the flow and either redirect it to the storm pond up here, or slow the flow going into those lots as they stand today. So, you know, if you get a Florence or another big storm here, the amount of flow that's going there today is more than will be when we have stormwater ponds with engineered outlets.
Was that the only concern expressed?
Traffic, again, was another concern. So the amount of traffic coming out of this neighborhood, by and large, the townhomes, folks leaving their house in the morning and coming back at work, they're going west. They're going into Raleigh, and they're coming home from, you know, from the west. So that traffic flow out of this neighborhood will be that way and not impacting the Eagle Rock Road intersection quite as much as the commercial will.
Okay, I just feel a little bit concerned about the sudden change in types of neighborhoods. It's dramatic change. And I don't know that I think it's a good transition. I mean, you can look right there at the one you just put up, you can see the lots, and for the two, and it just looks,
yeah, so Wiley,
certainly isn't a reflection of what's neighboring.
Wiley Oaks is this neighborhood here,
Yeah.
and as a part of the comp plan, these are townhomes.
Right. I understand all that.
Transition.
Thank you.
Zach, in y'all's, we've talked about traffic as it relates to Eagle Rock Road. What about traffic at, Pool Road?
Pool Road. Is that most of the traffic coming north?
Well, I'm just thinking, with folks who are taking, coming down Wendell Falls Parkway, either turning onto Pool Road or those coming from Pool Road trying to get onto Wendell Falls Parkway. I know that can be tough for some of those folks. I didn't know if in y'all's traffic studies or looking at things, if that's come up on y'all's radar.
Yeah, I'll have my traffic engineer come up and address that question.
Josh Ranke, 5808 Farrington Place, Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm with Ramey Kemp and Associates. So I did perform the traffic impact analysis for this. What you're saying there is along when you take Wendell Falls Parkway to Pool, and you're saying the delays on Pool Road, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, so that's something we looked at. When NCDOT reviews, typically we say, here's potential mitigation. Once again, we're adding to the through movement along there, which would then slightly increase delays. We look at a signal warrant there and say, is that something where a signal is an effective form of mitigation? Is it something that NCDOT would recommend? So what happens there is when we're looking at that, if we increase the delay and we have poor levels of service, we look at would a signal be warranted, and if so, then will NCDOT implement that? So that is something where it was below signal warrants, which is an improvement that would help the minor street there, but NCDOT agreed that it doesn't meet those warrants and they aren't looking for a signal at that location at this time.
Okay, so you're saying no signal, just regular three-way or stop sign there would be all you're saying?
For Pool Road, correct, yes.
Y'all, come on now. Everybody's getting tired. Everybody's getting punchy.
And I think
be quiet, please.
And I think it was Mr. Boyette asked about, I actually ran some numbers during the last one with the capacity, and this is a prime example. I looked at the roadway capacity at Wendell Falls. We're at about 2/3 with what it is now, and the reason we don't look at that as a stretch of road is because a lot of times it's turning movements or the side streets. So a prime example of that is the one that keeps coming up is Wendell Falls and Eagle Rock. You have a lot of people coming up from Johnston County that turn left in the morning and are just kind of cutting through and then come back and turn right in the evening. So while Wendell Falls might have more capacity and look like it's okay, that's an intersection like that does have issues. So that's why with a lot of this, it does have plenty of capacity along Wendell Falls, but it's a lot of times at the individual intersections that you do have some of those capacity issues. So I know that was something that came up in the last one, so I was like, well, I'm up here, I'll just kind of address that.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, would anybody from the public like to speak?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor, I got a question.
Just give me your name and address again.
Jason Williams, 201 Lith Lane. So I've been watching all this while we're waiting for our vote, and we got a lot of stormwater retention ponds. And I work for the North Carolina Department of Agriculture. I'm an agronomist and pesticide specialist. So I'm just curious, are we going to get in the mosquito abatement business? Who's going to handle this? I mean, all towns have it that have these retention ponds. It's something that has. They have a mosquito abatement control program. I'm just curious if this is anything that's been talked about, decided. I mean, it is a public health threat by the state of North Carolina. Just curious if this is anything. And that's all I got, really.
Thank you.
In the town of Wendell, the Public Works Department runs a mosquito abatement. Out in the county, there's not one, so y'all might not be familiar with it in that part of Blair Hills. But within the town, the Public Works Department has a mosquito abatement program and treats. Also on the stormwater annual inspections, would also look for standing water conditions and work with property owners to keep that going.
I can speak to that firsthand because I am a pesticide inspector. Y'all don't have a public health license for mosquito abatement. Y'all only have turf and ornamental. And you only have one, but you should have two because you've got two different business locations, and that's what the law requires. So you got your turf for your sports, parks and recs. Then you got your municipal. You need one at each location, which you don't have. You only have one, and I think it's at Parks and Rec. Because I just wasn't long inspected y'all over there at the municipal, right over there by the stormwater treatment plant.
Yeah, there have been two. I'll
Well, there's not now.
And
there's not now.
Or is this?
I'm sorry. I'll look into that.
Yeah. Let's stay on topic.
Well, I think the mosquito.
I understand that. I'm not going to sit up here and debate you. I'm not going to sit up here and ask y'all to please quit mumbling and giggling and laughing and one-upping. I think it's disrespectful of and unprofessional. This is our business meeting, and it really needs to stop. And I've asked several times, and I've kind of had enough. So we'll take a look at it. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. All right, yes, ma'am. Give me your name and address.
Beth Morris, 205 Wiley Oaks Drive.
Thank you.
One of the biggest concerns is the wetness of our properties on the west side. And I guess maybe I don't understand the retention ponds that well, but that water's got to go somewhere. So if the retention water has to be shifted somewhere, I'm not sure. You were talking about one pond to another pond, and I guess I need that explained because our property cannot take any more water.
Okay, well, we can have the developer talk to you about the applicant about that.
Yeah, so as a part of the design of this neighborhood, when the engineers get in and just design the grading scheme, the drainage may change. The drainage maps of this individual site may change. So some water that was going to the west may now be going to the east and south where it can naturally flow. And the site's graded to accommodate, sewer and storm and everything else and building pads. So some of that flow may be diverted to the south, and the flow that was already going to the west will be mitigated and retained in a retention pond slowly released over time versus what's happening today, where it's just straight into that property.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Rebecca Woodward, 117 Wiley Oaks Drive. And on the retention ponds, is there aeration then with those? Is there an aeration system? No. So it's just lays stagnant water till it overflows? Or no? Okay. I'm sorry. I guess I don't understand that either. I would challenge the traffic study. Today when we came to this meeting, it was 10 after 6. We could not turn left out of Wiley Oaks Drive. The traffic was backed up all the way down to Wendell Falls. And so we had to turn right to get into downtown Wendell. So to put 200 more townhomes would be 200 more cars. So I don't know where those 200 cars are going with that, the amount of capacity of traffic we have right now. And then there was one more thing. I think we learned with Wendell Falls Phase 1, the parking was very limited, and I think it might deserve a second look at the parking capacity for this complex. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Regina Harmon, 6616 Tails Branch Road. The whole reason I showed up tonight was for this particular spot. I would like to know when the traffic study was done and time of day, because I live right off Pool Road, and Mr. Lutz brought up a point about being able to turn on there. And there are several other projects further on down that road that hadn't even been developed yet, so we are going to have some more traffic problems right there. But from Martin Pond Road to the golf course, with everything that's on the books to potentially pass, is 1,179 townhomes. So if that right there isn't something that we should table until we can get the rest of Wendell Falls, it's already in play to be built, they're commercial, everything, and all of these other projects that are going to flow into Wendell Falls Road that goes all the way to town, we're going to have a mess. We already have, problems on Wendell Boulevard, but this particular project right there at the corner, so I can stay on track, 201 townhomes. The project is gorgeous. It'd be nice for me to go to a grocery store a mile away from my house. It would be really nice and everything like that. But this isn't about that. This is about the look of our town. This is about the board. And I said it in that video that I did right there at the corner. This board is very reasonable. You're trying to do the best you can for our community, and I understand that. But when you've got all these other projects that are out there that have already passed, and very little of it is developed at this point, let's give us a break until we can see how that's going to affect us. We've still got a ton of stuff at Wendell Falls that we're looking forward to. And, and then just everything else. Just slow it down a minute, because you guys have the right to say no, or you have the right in order to tell these individuals, this is a nice project, but we're just going to have to wait a minute until we get some of this other stuff going so we can look at the traffic study again. And that's it. But my question to the traffic guy, what time of day did you do your traffic study? Please, sir. I'm sorry. I just, I'm loud anyway. I don't need a microphone, but anyway.
Sure. So, So, based on NCDOT and municipality guidelines, we look at essentially a 2-hour period in the morning and a 2-hour period in the evening, and take the worst traffic between those times. So we look at 7 to 9 and 4 to 6, and then we add in the peak traffic that's expected of the development and assume that happens at the exact same time as sort of the worst case scenario. So once again, going to Pool Road, we do see already some deficiencies, some delays on the Minor Street approach there. That's why we look at a signal warrant and those sort of things to see if that's an appropriate mitigation for this development, which, once again, not expected to add significant traffic to the minor street, but it does add to the through, so it's always something we're looking at improvements there that could be made. So it is during the peak AM and PM times. And once again, we look at the highest of that and assume that the highest of our traffic happens at the concurrent time. And this is one that we did have 7 other adjacent developments that we included in that traffic. What that means is when we're projecting traffic up to the future, I know a lot of this, there was concerns about how does this work when we have one developed individually. This is a good example where we had 7 other developments that aren't built yet, are expected to be in place, that we had to include that traffic as part of the future year analysis. So kind of a combination of all those effects. So it is peak times during the AM and PM weekday.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. That wasn't part of my 5 minutes. Madam Mayor, I'm sorry. So anyway, I mean, you know, again, thank you for your time and everything like that. And we want commercialism. We definitely do. And we want better homes. We just don't want so many townhomes. So please take a look at your plan that you have right now and every townhome that's already passed and every townhome that hasn't passed. And please, as a board, think of us in the ETJ, because a lot of what you've been doing here lately affects us more than it does the people in the city limits. And I do hope, this is my last thing, I promise, and I won't come back up here. I do hope that everybody that sat out here tonight, that they're going to get more involved and they're going to pay attention more. Please do, because without you, we can't hold them accountable. And it really boils down to that. But this is a good group of people, and I think they're very reasonable, and I look forward to hearing what happens next. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Thank you. Paul White, live on Lions Club Road, have a business on Main Street. And I think, I've listened to all this, and a lot of, what came first, the chicken or the egg? I'm not sure we always look at the total picture. Government's not going to build Pool Road, which is now Wendell Falls Way. It's going to get built by the subdivisions that go on it and give the road widening that it'll take to move the traffic faster. I also hear on a regular basis, everybody wants commercial. Everybody wants restaurants. Everybody wants grocery stores. You will not get them without the people. Well, why did we get Publix? Because of the houses out there, and then y'all made a rule to build the apartments behind it. I don't think you'd have got it without the apartments. It takes a level of people to get the things that everybody wants, the amenities that everybody keeps talking about, commercial and getting that. You're not going to get that without the people and without the houses. You're not going to get that road widened to a 4-lane road without the development along the side. And I heard everybody say on this development and the one before, how good it looked. But it did, they did widen the road and they spend the money to do it. The government's not going to do it. Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
Edie Nowell, 1016 Lake Lad Road. In defense of Wiley Oaks, it is not compatible, those townhouses are not compatible with Wiley Oaks. Please take that into consideration. There are just too many designs for townhomes. And yes, I feel that we can get the commercial if people will really try.
Anyone else?
Good evening. My name's Lyon Blaylock. I live at 1009 Lakeshore Drive. My wife and I just moved down here from Durham and escaped the madness over there. We love it in Wendell, and I think Wendell's a beautiful place. Full disclosure, I work for Fred Smith, and I'm glad the lady that was sitting over there is still not here, because she might jump me. I've been in the infrastructure business all my life. I've done some of the work that's around here, and I'll be on the Wake Tech site pretty soon. So I am definitely not opposed to development. It's my lifeblood. And, you folks have a tough choice. I don't think there's any question about that. The last two that, gentleman with Stone Rock, is that the name of it? Strong Rock? Looked like good developments. I build them all over the triangle. I spend my day going from one to the other because I'm on the, commercial side. The thing that I worry about is we're gonna become Apex, Holly Springs, Wake Forest, all those little towns around that all look the same. I see those towns, and like I said, those are beautiful projects. And there are projects that the piece of land lends itself to that type of project. It may not be big enough for single family, you know, I'm not gonna get into the weeds on that. The thing that I just hope you guys keep, and ladies, keep in mind is the overall picture, and I was stunned when I saw that map right there. But, you know, development's gonna come. It's just how you develop it, and let's not become another cookie cutter just like the rest of the triangle is fast becoming as growth's coming, and it's good, it can be good for us, and, let's just not swallow us up and make us up like every other little town. And an aside on that is downtown. I love downtown. I grew up in Raleigh. I remember when Raleigh was 60,000 people. And, if you had to ride through the country to get to Knightdale or Wendell or, you know, Apex or Cary, it's all running together now. And, you have a very unique challenge to keep it Wendell and not another little town. And that's what I've got to say about that. I do not envy the job that you have before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'm sorry, one more thing. Rebecca Woodward, 117 Wiley Oaks Drive. In talking about this buffer, I know they said it would be a 15-foot dense buffer, but we already have a natural tree, a small grouping of trees. It's a small woods. I didn't know if it'd be possible to just retain that as the buffer or as part of the buffer rather than tear them down and then put something else back in there. So if you could please take a look at that. Thank you.
Can the applicant address that?
I'm not sure exactly what the question is. There is an existing, forested area there where there is the option to either leave, the existing trees there if they meet the buffer yard, or replant to fill in. So those areas where there's existing trees, they can be kept in the buffer. And where it's just a farm field, those would have to be planted. So, the zoning administrator, as the development is built, they would go out there and say, hey, do these trees meet the ordinance for this buffer type? And if not, you have to add supplemental plantings.
Excuse me, I think from her standpoint, is it something that we could ask to be put into the project where the natural buffer is left?
Yes, yeah.
We
absolutely.
have done that in another one that I recall.
Okay.
We're completely open to that.
I would carry that to, one, I think you're gonna have some more time. But would carry that into any other buffer, and that's been, you heard tonight Commissioner Boyett speak up, and you had already agreed to it in planning board, but foundation, we have some things that are becoming the routine norms. Staff is really good at catching a lot of those now, and you just see them as conditions before we ever ask for them.
Yeah.
I know that's one that, keeping the existing and then sometimes adding to what's there as well, to provide as much, normalcy to the adjoining property owner as possible.
All right, any other comments from the board? All right, I'm gonna close the public hearing.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
motion to table until November 22nd.
We have a motion to table until November 22nd. Is there any discussion on the motion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, our last one, item 5F, is a public hearing for a non-contiguous annexation for one parcel, approximately 40.536 acres for PIN number 17736766175, located at 0 Wendell Falls Parkway.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yeah, this annexation request is for the parcel that you just had the rezoning discussion on. We're asking that you hold the public hearing for the annexation and consider adopting the attached ordinance. There's the map of the parcel. Again, does have impacts towards police, public works, and parks and rec. If annexed in development, there are secondary service impacts for other departments. Water and sewer is nearby. It's already in the Wendell Fire District, and specific impacts are dependent on the use and density.
I open the public hearing. Is there any questions from the board? Would the applicant like to be heard?
Zach Anderson, 6801 Falls News Road in Raleigh. I'd just like to summarize our intent for this project and how we feel that it really meets the current future land use plan and draft future land use plan that town staff, board members have put together. We feel like a lot of these other projects that have been before you may have been outside of what the future land use plan called for. So I urge town commissioners here to consider why we have these future land use plans, and if we're going to approve projects or not because of the future land use plan. We'd really like guidance as planners and developers and builders and everything else, especially on these votes where we're tabling everything. I'd love some feedback how we can improve. Come back to you in 2 weeks and get a thumbs up from you. And again, you know, we think that these projects, with traffic especially, they're a part of the solution, right? So we're dedicating right away. We're giving up land for free. We're putting in, you know, road widening projects that eventually, over time, add to the solution. This isn't Wendell Falls, thousands of acres where they can do that all at one time. But each of these projects and the other projects that maybe aren't TIA warranted contribute to the requirements that the DOT puts on developers here. So we really think that this project, townhomes paired with the mixed use, meets future land use plan precisely as it's shown and been presented to us, and the iterations of the design that we've had before staff and planning board, and the traffic improvements that would go with it certainly are what's needed to be done and what helps solve the problems here.
Go ahead.
I'll just make a quick comment about one of the things you brought up, which was the items being tabled. That's not necessarily so that we can get improvements on the project or horse trade or anything like that. One of the reasons that we've found that we table projects like this after the public hearing is to get more public feedback. We didn't have a group this big 2 weeks ago when we had the public hearing for what they're all here for. And so by tabling it 2 weeks, it gives the public more chance to contact us and to come to the meetings. It gives them 2 extra weeks to get organized with what they want to say. It gives them 2 weeks to do all those sorts of things. It also gives them 2 weeks to contact you or whoever the developer is and things like that. So they're being tabled for a number of reasons, but you know, a lot of people came and we're going to tell this board something. we want you here. We want people here to tell us things. We wanna hear. I've waited 2 years almost now to have a group this big in here again. We used to get them, you know, rather regularly. But during COVID, man, we hadn't had a group like this in a long time. We also hadn't had an agenda that's stacked in a long time. And it's a lot to take in. It's a lot to take in for us. It's a lot to take in for the citizens. And so we table these things, so that people have more time to sort of digest them and ruminate on them.
Completely understand. I appreciate the clarification, and I certainly appreciate the extended opportunity to get feedback. We, as planners, you know, not tied to a builder again, we like to be able to work with everybody and provide solutions that, you know, meet the future land use plan, meet the goals of the boards, the citizens, and planning staff. So appreciate that.
Are there any more comments from the board?
Just one, Madam Mayor, so that we can all be prepared in 2 weeks. And I think it's important sometimes for us to make clear what's gonna matter to us, right? Like, what's the deciding factor, what we're looking at. One of the things that matters to me is that when you get a phone call, you're receptive to it and working with that person. So I certainly hope that in 2 weeks, folks that have concerns can say that they had reached out to you, and that you can say that you've spoken with them, and that we can hear that, because that, in my opinion, is indicative of how the development will flow, you know, early on in the process.
Absolutely.
I'll just piggyback on that and add that, you know, thank you. Your presentation matters, preparation certainly matters. I think neighborhood meetings matter, so you should be commended on what you've done. You know, we certainly all care, and it's no secret I support taking the additional time, but it falls into the, you know, it's not you, it's me category. So I just want to tell you thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, would anybody like to be heard on this project? Oh my goodness. Are there any additional questions or comments from the board? All right, I'm gonna close the public hearing.
Madam Mayor?
Yep.
Motion to table until November 22nd.
So we have a motion to table until November 22nd. Is there any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we'll move into our administrative items now. Item 6A is a decision on a non-contiguous annexation for 2 parcels totaling approximately 121.331 acres. I don't know if I need to read it all again since it's just in the public hearing. Located at 0 Lake Glad Road and 1105 Lake Glad Road.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The ask before you tonight is to make a motion on the requested annexation and consider adopting the attached ordinance. The public hearing was held on October 25th. Item summary, they're asking for annexation for 2 parcels totaling roughly 121 acres that are currently in Wake County's jurisdiction for annexation into Wendell. The properties are located right here, highlighted in yellow, from Buffalo Creek over to Lake Glad. The applicant has made some changes. That was, I think you got your packet on Friday of those additional changes for the rezoning. Nothing that they changed annexation. So I think when you want to go over the changes, you may want.
Yeah.
I can read them here. To go over those changes. The applicant is here to answer questions on both the annexation and the rezoning.
I don't know, we already had the public hearing, so I think we need to limit our time, do you not, Mr. Attorney, to any changes that have come about?
Unless you want to reopen it, which you could do by a vote, but it would certainly be simpler to limit it to the changes.
All right. y'all have a preference one way or the other?
Is it possible for him just to update us with the changes?
Yeah, I'm with just.
Yeah, let's talk about the changes. We already covered the other.
Yep, the applicant revised their site plan, and the applicant is here. I'm gonna read, the 13 changes from the public hearing site plan from October 25th. And then there's one additional zoning condition that was amended, to include a couple of these changes. So one, the sewer easement was removed from the White property. Previously, the sewer easement would extend from their project through her property to Buffalo Creek. They have removed that from her property, as she has expressed clearly that did not want that on her property, so it's all on their project property currently. The lots were removed from the 60-foot access easement. The buffer along the northern tier lots was changed from a type B buffer to a type A, which is more dense with plantings. That is new zoning condition number 18. They added a pool and cabana for the amenity center in the middle of the project. Picnic shelter was added over towards the playfield. A 6-foot wooden fence was added along the property line of the Whitworth property on the northern side in that type A buffer. Street F, they removed any extension of Street F, so pavement, sidewalk, utilities, curb and gutter removed, but the right-of-way remained to be possibly ever done in the future, but most likely it would take a lot of money and you'd have to purchase land from other properties to make that happen. So they removed Street F to just continue the Street A sidewalks for the future. Site data table was revised, barricades were added to all stub streets. They did add additional parking to the pool area. They lost 2 lots due to the shifting of lots out of that 60-foot access easement. They removed Street I road improvements out of the 60-foot access easement, but left right-of-way. And they did send a letter to 17 property owners at or in the vicinity of Eagle Rock and Wendell Falls Parkway concerning possible improvements there from the TIA. The applicant is here to answer any questions, but those are the revisions that were submitted to staff.
Was the final not addressed?
Which one?
Final?
Not that I'm aware of. I can have the applicant
Okay.
bring that up.
Rich Taylor with True Homes. We're the builder and developer of this project. You know, before I address your question about the vinyl, I just want to make a comment about True Homes for those that are not familiar. We've been building in Wendell for 6 years. We've built a couple hundred homes here. We feel like we have a good partnership with the town, and we work very well with the planning staff. We've been working on this project for 3 years, and it's taken a lot of meetings as the other developer and a lot of time and energy and input from a lot of people to get to the point that we're at. So the changes that Brian Coates laid out for you were the 13 were from a list of concerns that we had at the public hearing. And we did our best to address every single one of them in a positive way and created a new site plan which shows what we did to address all the concerns. So to answer your question on the vinyl, when it was brought up for discussion, Mr. Coates related to you that the exterior of our facades, which does include some masonry on the front, are very appealing, and we are using a higher grade vinyl than is available for base home building. And it's a very attractive look, and so we felt like that was something that everybody could live with, and we want to keep that look. The elevations of our product are included in your package, just for review, and you can see the facades of the product that we're proposing to build in this neighborhood. So
So the answer is there, yes, there is still vinyl.
they're still vinyl, yes.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from the board?
Some comments.
Comments? That's fine too.
Okay, a lot of things were brought up. I don't have to reach way far back to the public comments from the beginning of the meeting, but the rest of my notes. As far as schools are concerned, Wendell Elementary is a magnet school. It supposedly draws from all over. Carver, right now is not at capacity and is not capped. Lake Myra is not at capacity and is not capped. Lake Myra is on a track 4 year-round schedule. They have the possibility of running 4 tracks, and right now they're running 1. And so, as far as school capacity, we have, while I don't think it's going down, the charter schools that have been built in the past year and in the past decade, Eastlake Academy, Cardinal Charter, those have taken some of the capacity and some of the students. And so capacity for the schools is not an issue. Emergency services. I don't think it's any surprise or should be news to anyone that Wake County EMS is low on paramedics and EMTs. There is a shortage of ambulances in the county, and that is something that they're actively trying to work on. As far as the fire department goes, we just opened a new station last year. The ribbon cutting for it is tomorrow at 10 a.m., Station 3 in Wendell Falls. I'd like to see you all there. So those things are, at least on the fire department, we've got 9 new employees in the past year, or year and a half. And so the fire department's increasing its capabilities, and we're going to be there. Somebody brought up something about eminent domain. I've been on this board 8 years, and eminent domain is something that, when it has come up, it has been an absolutely tiny issue. It's been basically for a sewer line or for some other things. Someone brought up satellite annexation, and whether or not they were going to be these little pockets of unincorporated, all over the place. We annex when it's requested. Forced annexation is not a thing that can even happen anymore. The state legislature got rid of it. Basically, the only way you get annexed these days is if you ask for it. So if you're concerned that your property is going to be an unincorporated, island in the middle of the town, you can request annexation. I don't know of any existing neighborhoods that have requested to be annexed in. That's not really something that happens. But the annexation, the town's hands are tied with that. I would suggest you head up to the legislature building in Raleigh and talk to them about it. The turn lanes on the roads, once again, we can't assess impact fees and the traffic impact analysis. That's where we do the best we can, and these roads get widened, just as Mr. White said. They get widened when the development comes, and the commercial comes when the houses come. As far as the crime rate, Wendell made the news just a few months ago, I guess, as being one of the safest towns in North Carolina. I mean, we're talking top 5 out of all sizes. Wendell is extremely safe, and having new housing built is not something that really changes that. Townhouses, as far as I've been told, sell for a higher price per square foot. I realize there are no townhouses in this project, but townhouses sell for a higher price per square foot than single-family houses do. So tend to attract older people, retirees, empty nesters, things like that. Do apologize for how packed it was. I'm not sure why I wrote that down there. And, I would just like to give some clarity on what I plan on doing. My issue with this development is the density. I'm a huge fan of high density when it's in the right place. I love seeing high density in downtown. I love seeing good density, and it work outward. Just as the gentleman from Strong Rock said, you know, we have these, the comprehensive plan that shows where we want what density and the vision for what we want Wendell to look like. In my opinion, the density that's been proposed does not mesh with where this is. My issue, I brought up the vinyl. My issue with the vinyl is not how it looks. It's when you put houses that close together. If one catches on fire and it's got vinyl and not the cement hardy plank or something like that, it becomes a fire hazard. We have very good firemen, but they start to get out of hand, and vinyl exacerbates the problem. It doesn't do anything for that. But the density, it basically comes down to the density for me. This is too dense. It's too far out for the density that's proposed. If it was closer in, no problem. If it was, you know, if this was on Lake Glad Road, across from the sewage treatment plant on the other side of the creek, I don't have a problem with that. You're in town now. But I don't have a problem with the neighborhood here. I grew up in this area. Oh yeah, I got on the board 8 years ago. I got 2 meetings left after this one. And the board, they've heard this story a number of times. But I grew up on Eagle Rock Road, and my first interaction in this room was when I was probably 12, 13, 14. My family got a letter for the transportation plan, and it showed a 4-lane highway running through the middle of our farm on Eagle Rock Road. And we packed this place, standing room only. And I didn't really understand at the time how an elected board from people in town could have such an effect on people who were outside of town. It didn't seem right to me. It didn't sit right with me, and I didn't agree with it. And so, you know, grow up, get older, stayed in Wendell, but I ended up moving into town. And I moved into town, and I said, you know what? Maybe I can do something about it to change it. And that's how I ended up on this board. You don't get a vote. I understand that. I didn't get a vote. The reason I didn't run for re-election is because I'm moving right back out to the farm, and I'm not going to be in the city limits anymore, and I'm not going to have a vote anymore for who sits on this board. I take very seriously the comments that come in from people who live in the ETJ, the people that we affect who they don't get to vote for us. It's one of the main reasons I got on this board to start with. I understand completely where you're coming from. I'm building a house 3/4 of a mile away from this here on Eagle Rock Road. I see the traffic. I know the traffic. The vast majority of that traffic is coming out of Johnston County. It's not even Wendell neighborhoods. You know, most of it comes off of Wendell Falls Parkway, and they turn right and they go right into Johnston County. We all know that there need to be improvements. I don't think this is the way to get those improvements. I would like to see a more holistic approach to that intersection. I would like to see the intersection, if it's going to be improved, all done at one time. I don't know if that's possible with the current way that the legislature has decided to set up transportation infrastructure projects, but I don't think this is the way to get it, by getting 1 turn lane at a time 2 miles away from a project, simply because this is the project that trips, you know, the transportation analysis. So I do want to explain what I want to do. I'm prepared to make a motion. I know that other people are probably going to have.
Well, let's let the other people talk first.
I just want to explain when I do make a motion. I just want to explain when I do make a motion, I'm going to make a motion to approve this project, and then I'm going to vote against it. But I'm going to do that because that's the simplest way. If I make a motion to deny it, then we all have to vote yes for it. So in order to keep it simple, I'm going to make a motion to approve this project, and then I'm going to vote against it. So that's all I have to say.
Does anyone else have any comments they'd like to make?
I would, go ahead, Jason.
You're fine.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree with a lot of what Commissioner Boyette said, for a lot of similar reasons. I listen to a lot of what the ETJ folks say, because, they can't vote for myself and anybody else up here, and so, you know, honest to goodness, even just, taking the view of it and looking at what's proposed here, that just doesn't align up with what's around it. In my opinion, we talked a lot about density and what's where, and to me, it does make sense as well that the further away you go from the core downtown, the density should lessen, and so for that reason, I'm also opposed to this project.
Anyone else?
Just a couple of comments, Madam Mayor. And I appreciate Commissioner Boyette's decision on a motion. His comment, and we kind of came to different sides of the same issue last week. The turn lanes at Eagle Rock are a deciding factor to me, and I can understand where the inverse is true for him. The comments that we've heard tonight, and that we've heard forever, when a red blinking light got put over Eagle Rock, that was an improvement, and then when a stoplight got put over Eagle Rock, that was an improvement. We've heard continued conversation about that intersection. So yeah, quite excited about transportation plans triggering improvements to that intersection. Quite excited that our town staff knows how to walk and chew gum at the same time, and can find ways to let you know, multiple projects contribute. Hey, this is where our problem is. Can you help us solve our problem? That is the very nature of what I guess the whole back end of planning is being able to implement it and being able. But there's never going to be a checkbox that you just, okay, we did this, so now we get that road. That's not how it works. It's how we're able to implement it. I see to the north multiple developments. I heard the number 7 developments aligning at one time, had I made a motion tonight, it would have been the same as the last 3 or 4 that we've done, and it would have been to delay this one at least 2 weeks, in order to have conversations between Eagle Rise, Eagle Ridge, as well as Mr. Taylor and this development about a definitive timeline on what can we get at Eagle Rock and Wendell Falls Parkway. What will the timeline be on those improvements? As Commissioner Boyette said, can we do that all at one time? We have Remy Kemp here. Is DOT willing to allow us to try to pull all of these people and all of these resources together at one piece in order to solve the project? Look, you can vote the project down. That's absolutely fine. That's a very easy thing to do. I can make everyone in the ETJ happy. Y'all can all go home. You won't come back until another project's right beside you. But the problem's still there, right? Like, we're all still driving through that intersection every day. It's not changing. Hasn't changed. Won't change until we do something about it. The closest solution that I've heard to date, yeah, we can pass a new transportation plan. I voted against the last transportation plan, partially because of sections on Lake Glide Road. We can pass a new plan, but that doesn't get us to implementing. It doesn't get us to the funding piece. I can tell you where the funding piece comes from, because it's not going to come from DOT in any direct order, and unless we want to talk about large transportation bonds, it's not going to come from the town of Wendell in any short order. It comes from growth. The new people that show up pay for the new things. It's a, you know, in one, out the other. That would have been my recommendation, because I do feel like we have a convergence of multiple things at one time that all seem to point to the same center. And I think that fixing that center for the future is very important. It's something that this board, when everyone else no longer is engaged on this issue, like that intersection still stays, and we have to address those issues. So if not by sitting down with everybody that we can while everyone is sitting at the table and engaged with plans, I don't know when we get to have that conversation again. The other piece for me
would be to allow, me to have a better understanding of, and I've driven as close as I could get to the back of Blair Hills and still be on the farm, and then the inverse of that, but to understand what I would see, how I would see those 7 homes. So if I'm in your backyard, what do I see in your backyard? I still don't have a clear understanding of what that looks like. Might be able to see a house through the trees, might not, can't determine that, and would have liked that question to be answered, but my primary logic in allowing us a little bit more time would be to allow staff, now having heard a lot of hours of conversation and points of places that we can improve, to determine, is there a collective solution to that intersection? I think that that is clearly something that has been brought up. It's clearly something that has to be dealt with. You know, I have similar concerns about other parts of the project, but I do see an opportunity here in the transportation piece, and I would like to get that conversation hammered out to the point that we know what the deal is. At this point, I get it, we're going to vote, but what I would say is that we don't know what the deal is yet, and we're going to lose a portion of it until it comes back in another form. So it's a timing thing for me.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll chime in too and just say that, you know, obviously we've heard a lot tonight. I think Commissioner Boyette gave a real good Cliff Notes version to kind of recap what we're doing. Yeah, I think it's, and I'll, you know, can't speak for the board, but I think it's pretty easy to say that we're all thoughtful here. We all want what's best for Wendell, and we all really appreciate the effort that goes in, and we all want the best projects possible. I said it earlier tonight, preparation matters, presentation matters. I think the neighborhood meetings matter, amenities matter. I think this particular project, room for improvement. And I think it's pretty safe to say that we didn't necessarily get off on the right foot. We've made improvements since last time. We've heard multiple hours of comments tonight. I've heard issues that folks have had that perhaps may not have been addressed, could possibly be addressed. You know, whether it's buffers, whether it's fences, you know, I understand density is an issue, but we've also heard tonight that rooftops drive things. So, do I think this project can be better? Absolutely. I know it is not a popular thing to push it out to another meeting. You leave here kind of like you leave my kid's soccer game when you have a tie, you know? So one of those deals. But the beauty of what we do is, you know, it's not going away. We will revisit it. You know, I am not opposed to tabling it. And, you know, broken record. If we can make it the best project possible, if we can get it right, whether that takes 2 meetings or 5 meetings, that's what I'm prepared to do. So we've done it before, and certainly okay with making that motion if we want to.
All right, hold on for any motions. Did you have anything you want? I think we already had a.
Got it ready for the motion.
I had something I wanted to mention real quickly. First, I want to thank all of y'all for coming. I have been begging and begging for months, and maybe even a couple years now, for folks to come and let us know what they think and participate and get involved. And I know it's been a long night and it's really late, and especially since we fell back, it's actually past midnight. And I know everybody's really tired and we've had a long night, but I really appreciate you coming and letting us know what you think. am intentionally, every time people come here and they live in the ETJ, I tend to be very flexible and allow them to talk when the lights blink in red and move a little bit more than, but I would rather err on the side of allowing you all to be heard, because I think it's important, than to not. So, thank you for coming. I have a couple observations about this if we're going to get right down to the nitty-gritty. I think that this development is very different from Blair Hills next door. I think it's tremendously different, and our UDO does say that it should be generally harmonious with neighboring properties, and I don't believe that this is. I also think that we are, as a board, not being wise to let the carrot of a road improvement down the road be enough of a reason to pass a plan that we've all said has things about it we don't like. There's things that we don't care for. There's things about it that could be better. We can work on it. We can keep working on it. To me, the bottom line is it's just not a good fit for that area. And there's a couple of things, but I just don't think it's compatible to the adjoining neighborhood. That's probably the biggest red flag to me. And it is swampy. I've ridden back there and looked myself. It is swampy. So, did you have a motion, Commissioner Boyette?
Commissioner Joyner is the optimist that I am not. While I don't see my opposition to this particular project going away anytime soon, short of some serious substantial changes, if this is the project that allows us to have a discussion with DOT about the intersection at Wendell Falls and Eagle Rock, then I'm willing to wait 2 weeks to come back and vote no against it. One of the main things that people got up here and talked about was traffic. We have very limited ways to deal with fixing the traffic problems that are around Wendell. Our hands are tied by the state. If we want to deal with the traffic problems, we have to do them in the way that we can. And so I'll defer. If Commissioner Joyner wants to make a motion to table it, then I will allow him to do that.
I just have to say, I don't care what we find out from the DOT. It isn't going to change the nature and quality of the project.
I agree.
And so that's what we need to be voting on, or y'all need to be voting on, because I don't get a vote, I don't get a say on anything.
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to make the motion to table it.
I have no doubt. Go ahead.
I will motion that we table this item until the November 22nd, I believe it is.
It is.
We gotta show up on Thanksgiving week.
Meeting.
Do we have a gavel left on the dais?
Just stop. Finish your motion.
Until the November 22nd meeting.
All right, we have a motion to table to November 22nd. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor. This is a one-time opportunity where we have, I'm sorry, Phil, did you have something to say to me?
Yeah, for what? What is the opportunity?
Yeah, if you'd be quiet and listen, you'd hear me. So we have a one-time opportunity to put everyone in the room and have a conversation about the traffic and the intersection. Madam Mayor?
Y'all.
Look, we can vote the project down and this piece goes away.
Look, let's just stop bickering back and
Discussion on
forth.
the
We have a motion on the floor. All in favor?
Vote.
Madam Mayor, I had the floor and was discussion on the motion.
But I'm trying to get a bad situation under control, and I think that you having a back and forth with people.
I have had no desire for the public to go back and forth. I have a desire to state the reason.
I will say, Madam Mayor, that the purpose of this is not to sell out, not to avoid, not to duck, ditch, or dive. It is to get it right. So if you've paid attention to the meetings previously, you will know that, you know, continual improvements, not a bad thing. So,
You talking to me?
motion stands. No, Madam Mayor, I'm not.
Okay, 'cause you said Madam Mayor at the beginning, and I just wanted to make sure, okay.
Motion
All right,
stands.
so the motion is to table it for, until November 22nd?
That is correct.
All right, all in favor?
No.
Aye.
It's 4-1.
I went as no, Mayor.
Okay, 3-2. Thank you for the clarification. I should have had you raise your hand.
You guys let us down.
We haven't decided anything.
All right,
I'm sorry?
We haven't decided anything. We're working through the process.
Right beside the intersection.
folks, we're moving to the next item.
I have,
Item 6B is a decision on a petition to rezone 121.3311 acres from Wake County R residential 30 to Town of Wendell residential 4, conditional for the Edwards. Oh, well, never mind. Sorry, we're waiting on that. I assume, correct? Mr. Attorney, are we waiting?
I had understood you were dealing with both of these issues at the same time.
That's what I thought we were.
For
so
clarification, I'd say get the motion again.
Okay. All right, so for item 6B.
Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion.
Mm-hmm.
For item 6B until the November 22nd meeting.
All right, we have a motion to table the rezoning to November 22nd. Is there any discussion on the motion? All right, all in favor, raise your hand. 3, and opposed? Okay. Item 6C is a fee in lieu request for 214 feet of roadway improvements at 4120 Wendell Boulevard.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item before you is the fee in lieu request at 4120 Wendell Boulevard. It's the Dara Holsters project. The applicant is offering a fee in lieu request to some roadway improvements along Wendell Boulevard. The southern side of Wendell Boulevard does not have any sidewalks currently, and future road widening would include pushing out the curb and gutter another 5 feet to build a bike lane, which the other properties along that section do not have a bike lane, so you would be building 200 feet of extra 5 feet of pavement for a bike lane that won't get marked anytime soon. John Dara, the owner of Dara Holsters, is proposing an 8,400 square foot addition to their existing facility that requires road improvements. The town's arterial and collector street plan calls for Wendell Boulevard to be widened along this stretch of road to accommodate a future bike lane and sidewalks. The applicant's proposing to dedicate the required right-of-way, additional 9.5 feet of right-of-way. Mr. Dara is proposing a fee in lieu request to not replace the existing curb and gutter and build the bike lane nor the 6-foot sidewalks. Fee in lieu request has been reviewed by engineering. The amount of the roughly 200 feet section is $33,000. As I said, it's been reviewed by engineering. The estimate includes all improvements of the 214 foot roadway section. And it's key to note, in this area, there's not any sidewalks on the southern side of Wendell Boulevard. All the sidewalks are on the northern side. Staff's recommending approval and finds that the request is reasonable as current sections of that boulevard do not have a bike lane and neither does the south side have sidewalks. We can use that funding for other road and pedestrian projects.
Yeah. Are there any questions or comments from Mr. Coates? All right, what's y'all's pleasure?
Madam Mayor,
Yeah.
motion to approve the fee in lieu.
All right, we have a motion to approve the fee in lieu. Is there any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Right, item 6D is a request to amend the downtown facade grant award for number 5 North Main Street.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is the last item from planning staff for this evening. Consideration is the request to amend the facade grant for 5 North Main Street in the amount of $10,000 to be solely funded from fiscal year '22 with a 4-month extension. The applicants requested a 2-month extension to the downtown facade grant awarded originally. The latest award was June 28th, 2021 in the amount of $10,000. The first extension of the grant was given on August 24th, 2020. The applicant has been awarded the 3-month extension in late June. Permits were issued on October 5th, 2021.
This conference has reached its maximum duration and will
For
end
the
in 1
renovation
minute.
of 5 North Main Street, including the outdoor patio that will be constructed in Tobacco Alley. The applicant, as I said, is requesting 2-month extension. Staff is recommending a 4-month. As we go into winter time, the weather can play a big role in things. I don't want to come back to you if the project is not finished in the next 2 months, so we're recommending 4 months. And also with materials right now, there can be some delays. So we want to build in that buffer of 4 months for the project. It's key to note that we've had a lot of renovations in the downtown. Total cost of this project is roughly $26,522. It's key to note that we've had a lot of facade grant awards this fiscal year. 17 North Main Street, they put in some new windows. Got a $5,000 request. That grant has been completed. Work has been done. Payment has been made. 18 South Main Street is under construction. Building is looking great. And 36 to 42 North Main Street was awarded $13,561, and that grant award has been completed as well. So we have a lot of interest in our facade grants downtown right now. A lot of good projects. So we're recommending that you extend this grant 4 months to give the applicant time to construct the patio and renovate, which is what the grant is for. And I can field any questions, but permits have been issued for the construction of the deck. They have, yep, they were.
Okay. All right, are there any questions for Mr. Coates? All right. What's y'all's pleasure?
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
Motion to amend the downtown facade grant for 5 North Main Street.
Thank you for participating in the Town of Wendell Board of Commissioners virtual meeting.
All right, we have a
To
motion
reduce
to
feedback,
approve
you will all be
the
muted
request
during
to
the
amend the
meeting.
downtown
If
facade
you
grant
signed up
award.
for public comment
Is there any
period or to
discussion on the
speak during
motion?
the public hearing, you will be unmuted when the clerk identifies
all in
you and
favor?
says it is your turn to
Aye.
speak. Anyone unmuting themselves out of turn will be forced
Thank
muted
you.
again as a warning. Continuing to do so will warrant being ejected from the call. Thank you for understanding.
This
All right.
meeting is being recorded
Other
by the
business,
organizer.
we have an update on the Wendell Volunteer Fire Department from Commissioner Joyner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Wendell Fire Department, or Volunteer Fire Department Board met last Thursday and continued to discuss the traffic upgrades that we're now pursuing as a fire department in conjunction with the county and the town as far as some UDO updates. And additionally to that, Commissioner Boyette covered it earlier, grand opening of the fire department delayed by a year because of COVID, but will be tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
All right, we'll go into our comments and stay with Commissioner Joyner.
It's 11:30, Madam Mayor, no comment.
Commissioner Lutz,
I'll defer mine for time, Mayor.
Commissioner Boyette,
No comment.
No comment.
Karnacki, Commissioner Deloach.
No comment, Madam Mayor.
All right, I think we have a closed session, so we have a motion to go in closed session.
Do we have to?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
We got work. Do we got?
All right, I make a motion to go in closed session with North Carolina GS 143-318.11A, item 4.
All right, we have a motion to go in closed session. All in favor?
Aye.